Well, I guess the Adam Schefter report wasn't a nothing burger. At the end of the day, I guess it wasn't a nothing burger because here we are. Jeff Stoutland quits the Philadelphia Eagles, and we are now in a position where you could start talking potentially about whether or not you think that the Eagles will be going into 2027 after Vic Fangio retires, potentially in a rebuild. I mean, I don't care what anybody says here. You're not replacing Jeff Stoutland. I mean, there's no way here. I mean, so Jeff Stoutland with an abrupt post on his social media, no question, you could tell it was, hey, thank you, Philadelphia. By the way, I mean, when I look at Stoutland's post, really not a lot of stuff when it came to the Philadelphia Eagles and thanking them for, coaching there and being part of the organization. I mean, let me read the post here to you, and then we'll continue. There's no question. I mean, a lot of people now are commenting on whether or not you look at it, and you question right now. He obviously was disrespected. I've decided my time coaching with the Eagles has come to an end. When I arrived in 2013, I did not know what I was signing up for. I quickly learned what this city demands, but more importantly, what it gives back. The past 13 years have been great and a privilege of my coaching career. I didn't just work here. I became one of you. Stout out. Tell you what, man, I don't see any thank you very much, Philadelphia Eagles, Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, or anything. He thanked the fans. That's kind of what I tell you guys all the time as well. He ain't thanking the Eagles. They pushed his ass out. How do you push out the best coach and the guy who's had the biggest impact on your franchise since he's been here? And the more developed players, Hall of Fame players, the countless Hall of Famers that he's developed here. It's embarrassing, actually. I've been waiting for your take, Dan. You never disappoint. I think we need to hear from Angelo. Angelo Cataldi will be on at 3:30. Howard Eskin will be on at 4:30. The legendary voices of Philadelphia will be here today on our program. And we appreciate you. So I would put Jeff Stoutland into conversation with Dante Scarnecchia, Alex Gibb, as arguably the greatest coaches at the offensive line position, Howard Mudd. There's been a handful of guys that have really had an impact in our game. And he's one of them. He's one of them. Let me throw this at you and put this all in proper context for you here. So AJ hates the offense. Vic is almost on the threshold of retiring, has to be talked back off the ledge. Stoutland quits. How you feel position you're in now? By the way, this right here, what I just said, that's not opinion. This is fact. Okay? This is what's happened here. I'm going to go to your thoughts here, but AJ hates the place. Vic had to be talked out of retirement. Stoutland quits. You said no offense changes until Stout's gone. Hold on here. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'm going to get to Nick and Jalen in a minute. Oh, absolutely. You're going to know I said this, Alfredo. If you're going to get changes, Stoutland has to go. Well, here you go. No question about it. I didn't tell you getting rid of Jeff Stoutland. Hey, get this. So you got rid of Jeff Stoutland for a 33-year-old nobody and not Cliff Kingsbury? Really? Let that sit in. Cliff Kingsbury, who's worked with some of the best quarterbacks in pro football, and you got rid of him for a nobody. Really? Okay. I won't even try to make sense of that. I'm sick, bro. How do we get to this point in a year? How about this one, too? Explain this one again. I mean, I want to just know how we got here. And I'm with you. How'd you get here? Well, just a year ago, almost to the day, you had one of the most iconic runs in pro football history, led by Stoutland. Last year, we couldn't get enough of Jeff. The entire organization, the identity was him. How many people say the identity in the last 8 years, 9 years of this franchise was what? It was what? It was Jeff Stoutland in the run game. Was it not? Right? Okay. AJ hates it here. Vic almost quit and will quit next year. And the best coach you've had since Jim Johnson didn't want to be here anymore because he was pushed out by a 33-year-old OC. Okay? By the way, change, it happens in this league. It totally happens. For the better? Got here because Nick has no answers on offense. And you think a 33-year-old guy who's never called a play in his entire life is going to have answers? How do you make that make sense? So I'm going to give you my takeaway. And I'm just going to speak from the heart here. Has there been another coach in this franchise's history in the Super Bowl era have more impact at one position than Jeff Stoutland? The answer is no. Maybe Jim Johnson. Maybe Buddy Ryan. And you're known for your run game. So Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo were in the building drawing up run schemes and not having the balls to go to Jeff Stoutland and say, hey, look, man, we're going to take over the run game obligations here. And, you know, we're going to go with different concepts. And you didn't have the balls to tell him. You just did it without asking him, without conferring with him, without hearing his voice. Okay. It's Nick's team. He has every right to do that. So the run game, you really think that Jeff Stoutland was they're blaming Stoutland now. Kevin Patullo is still in the building. Now I know why he's still in the building. Because Kevin Patullo was just as accountable for this as Nick was. Get this. Okay, you see this guy right here. So people, get this. So Stoutland was not evolved within what, a year of the greatest running game of all time? Excuse me, but what did he do with Becton last year? So if Ravens don't take Proctor at 14, I see him sliding Bucks taking Styles and the Jets taking the receiver at 17. That sounds right. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate it. Nick is a yes man. That's why Doug would never. So wait a minute. According to M. Reyes, guy comes off the greatest run performance of all time. Turns Mekhi Becton into a superstar paid player with the Chargers, right? Gets him paid. Gets all those guys in that old line paid, including Cam Jurgens, including Landon Dickerson. Makes them all millionaires. But he didn't evolve. Okay? How about this, guys? Every time you listen and every time you watch an M. Reyes post, you get dumber. You got here with a woke liberal owner and a black quarterback, you can't criticize. I have no idea, Mo, what that means because I don't give a shit what color you are. Football and sports, in my opinion, if you're bad, you're bad, no matter what the color is. Okay? I understand it, but again, for me, that's not an issue. I don't give a shit about that. All right? Seals playing Becton at guard was Nick's idea, confirmed by Stoutland. Well, who the fuck coached him? Nick? Who coached him? I'm not talking about a guy making a random suggestion. I'm talking about a guy that coached him, actually taught him the technique. I'm not talking that. Offense will never evolve as long as you have Jalen Hurts as your quarterback. Stop with this evolving. Has Hurts evolved into some passing guy? Now we're going to get to him in a minute. He's never going to. Frank Reich didn't want to be in this mess. I told you, he didn't think the timing was right. By the way, let's get to the topics here. And as I said, Angelo's going to join us at 3:30, and we will have Howard Eskin at 4:30. All right. As I said, okay, we're going to get to Nick and Hurts here in a minute. You push Jeff Stoutland out the door. Your best offensive coach. Okay, you've made that decision. Now, you just got less experienced in offense. So now you have Kevin Patullo, Josh Grizzard, who was just fired from the Bucs as your pass game coordinator. You have another guy that they just signed. What's his name? Ryan Mahaffey? Who's that? Who's Ryan Mahaffey? I mean, against the Jeff Stoutland? That sounds like an intern's name. Ryan Mahaffey is now the new run coordinator. Who's Ryan Mahaffey? Let's take a look. I've never heard of him. Here's another I've never heard of. Ryan Mahaffey. I got to look his name up because I've never heard of it. Ryan Mahaffey. Oh, gee, they don't even have him on here, so I'm going to say coach. I'm just trying to go. Here he is. Ryan Mahaffey. Okay. So here's his background. Northern Iowa tight ends coach, Notre Dame GA, co-offensive coordinator for Northern Iowa, tight ends coach, Western Kentucky, offensive coordinator, Northern Iowa, a quality control coach with the Packers, assistant O-line coach with the Packers. His first job was wide receivers coach, 24 and 25 with the Green Bay Packers. And now he's the run game coordinator with the Eagles. Another nobody. Never heard of this guy. And he takes over for Jeff Stoutland in the run game? Okay. Jesus criminy. Who is that? I've never heard of Sean Mannon, and I've never heard of Ryan Mahaffey. So Ryan Mahaffey is replacing Jeff Stoutland? Pissed about Stoutland. Nick's an idiot. Even with his success, all I see is Sirianni shredding this team. Stout was the only behind Vic as the best coach on the team. Yeah, I'm right here with you, Prince. Man, I mean, my initial takeaway when I saw that last night was, so, okay, you're moving on. You're not moving on. He quit. They were never going to fire him. They just pushed him out. You push the best offensive line coach in pro football out. How many times has Jimmy Johnson come on this program and told you the most important coach you can have on your staff is your O-line coach? Henry told AJ to come get this ring with him comedy. Thank you, Ramir. Jeff Stoutland, like I said, is in the conversation with Alex Gibb and Dante Scarnecchia. Now, I'm also hearing reports that they were like just drawing up run plays and not even conferring with them and not even consulting with them. They were just like he wasn't even in the room anymore. Completely disrespecting the guy. Can you imagine thinking that you know more than that guy? Hey, now we're going to get to Nick and Hurts here. Well, here you go. You want to change the offense? I am so glad because this shit is finally going to get exposed. The coach and the quarterback are going to be exposed because if you don't get a run game going and you think you're going to win throwing the ball, you are fucking dead. You are not a passing team. There's no way in the world you're winning a Super Bowl with a change away from the run game and not being a dominant team at the point of attack, which made you a great team. Do you know in 2017, before I even started covering your team, you know what I said about that Super Bowl team, that first one? I've never seen two lines on both sides of the ball. I've never seen where you've dominated like that. Sills, they are operating out of panic mode. They are throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. We are panicking after an 11-win season, which is stupid. And Reyes, you don't have to agree with everything they do to be a fan. Wake up, man. No, he agrees with everything. It's all right. I mean, I ignore it now. It's just dumb. Because the more you address it, the stupider you get. So he thinks Ryan Mahaffey's a better suggestion than Jeff Stoutland. That's all you need to know, dude. Sills, how would you fix the Eagles situation? Fire Nick Sirianni. You also said Hurts would never win a Super Bowl. I said Hurts would never win a Super Bowl? Absolutely. And he did. Congratulations to you. You really think Ryan Mahaffey's a better O-line coach than Jeff Stoutland? I also said your quarterback's a caboose. Okay? Your quarterback's a caboose. I told you also, you win because why? Howie. Total disrespect from a dumbass. Welcome aboard, Sills. I've been telling you about this dumb coach. Dude, I've never thought this guy was who we think he is. So let me tell you what 2026, in my opinion, is shaping up to be. Hey, we're going to find out if Jalen Hurts can win from the pocket, finally. He don't want to run? Phenomenal. If Nick thinks all these changes, this is either going to solidify. Here, I'll put this out here. I think this either solidifies Nick Sirianni as one of the greatest coaches in the league, or it gets him the exit door on the way out of town, and he'll be on 95. As for Jalen Hurts, same thing. The guy's not a passing quarterback. We know this. Everyone in their right mind knows this. But there's dummies that still think this guy can run a pass offense. Nobody from Nick Saban to anybody thinks that, including Kellen Moore, including the coach. Nobody thinks that. So Coach Jalen into doing what isn't his strong suit. I get trying to develop him, but he can't develop like a rookie quarterback at 21 years of age. Forrest, here's the deal. I mean, you hired a coach, and now you're going to a different system that doesn't fit this quarterback's skill. Make that make sense. Then again, this entire offseason so far has not made one bit of sense from the Eagles standpoint. You hired you hired an even less qualified offensive coordinator. You have hired a less qualified coordinator. A less qualified coordinator. And you kicked out the most experienced coach you had. Sills, Eagles are in trouble. No-name coach is left by Nick, and Noodle Arm Hurts, and no Stoutland. We're going to go from first to last in 26. Nick will be fired by week 6. Book it. How you doing? Fire Nicky. I mean, this is the shit that I talked to you about, you guys laying 2 Super Bowls on the table. Hey, I'm going to make the prediction now. And I know, you know what? It's early here. I mean, you're going to struggle to make the playoffs. Unless you do some magic here. Sorry. I'll say it now. You're going to struggle to make the playoffs. I don't have a problem saying that. I said it in 22. You'd get to the Super Bowl and you'd win the NFC. We were right there. I said you'd implode in 23. We were wrong at 24. Absolutely. But that's because you found Barkley, not because you found the fountain of passing game. And then this last year, we were nails right. We had a ton of takes that were turned out to be right. Sills, Jalen Hurts told us last off about Kevin. AJ tried to warn us. Jeff said they just didn't listen to him. And still Jalen's the problem. How about this? I'll say this to you. Jalen wins in spite of all this chaos that you have behind the scenes. How come it's always on offense, too, and it's never on defense? One time in 5 years, it was on defense with Sean Desai. The rest of this bullshit has all been on the offensive side. Why? Because of the chaos that the head coach creates. If the GM's so smart, he would see this sinking ship. Listen, it's going to be boom or bust. And I agree with Hugh Douglas. They completely took a shit on Jeff Stoutland. They disrespected the guy. You got a mountain of knowledge in that guy. And when you have people like that in your building, you don't shit on them. You gravitate to them. Coach, what do you see here? Look at what he did with Jordan Mailata, a 7th-round nobody who never played football. Turned Lane Johnson into a superstar. Got Cam Jerkins paid $20 a year. Made Landon a $20 million guard. Turned Becton into a star. Won a Super Bowl in 18. You lose Jason Peters. He coaches it up. You win the Super Bowl. You beat Brady. Man, what do you want? So you're telling me Jeff Stoutland got dumb in a year? Jeff Stoutland got dumb in a year. Laurie and Howie deserve blame for letting the coach do all this damage. You know what, though? How about this one? I think maybe GM and the owner are sitting there going like this. All right, Nick, it's your ship now. Here you go. You think you can make the changes? You think this thing has to evolve? Nick probably made the call. He probably had a meeting with them and said, for this team, we're getting stale. You know what I think happened? This is just my takeaway. I think that Nick said after the season and after they couldn't beat a team like San Francisco, they said this offense has gone far enough. And what we're doing right now is not good enough, because if our players are not in line and they're not A+ and everyone's not healthy, what we're doing is not going to win a Super Bowl. I think they had a meeting with Howie and Jeff and said, we got to make drastic changes here and evolve this offense. And that means making tough decisions. That means moving off of people like Jeff Stoutland. My question would be this. So when you were interviewing people like Mike McDaniel and guys like Brian Dable and you told them that there's a chance that Jeff Stoutland might not be here, could that have been one of the reasons they didn't take the job? If you're Mike McDaniel and you know that Jeff Stoutland might not be here, or on the other side, every single time these offensive coordinators interviewed, they said this: hey, I don't want to interview the job because Jeff Stoutland is the run coordinator. And what they felt was that, well, all these other guys whose resumes sucked. Mike McDaniel over Jeff Stoutland. Yeah, no. Brian Dable over Jeff Stoutland? Yeah, no. Bro, you don't have what the guy, and then you bring in a 33-year-old guy and you basically push him out the door? I don't get it. This makes no sense. The guy with the fucking most knowledge, you took the biggest shit on offense? Holy cow. Man. I'll tell you one thing you do in Philadelphia better than anybody. You take more shits on more coaches than any organization I've ever seen. And you know what? It doesn't matter if you're Andy Reid, if it's Doug Peterson, if it's Jeff Stoutland, if it's whomever. Jim Schwartz, anybody. You'll take a shit on them no matter what. You know why? Because you think you know what's best. You can have legendary coaches like that, and it doesn't matter because you think you know what you're doing. I said this before, and I'll say it again. The Eagles do a ton of things right. But the reason why you're not the Patriots is right here. Patriots don't do this shit. They get out of the way. They hire quality people. They let the coaches make all the decisions. The key is they hire great coaches. Outside of Jared Mayo, that's been the only bomb that they have had since Kraft has owned the team. Even freaking Pete Carroll was great. Hey, M. Reyes, let me hook you up on something. This ain't about me, kid. It's about your Eagles. Relax. So how does this offense get better specifically? I don't know. Patriots had Brady for nearly 20 years. That helps. Well, who drafted him? Who developed him? Who put the players around him? Hey, and by the way, the Patriots went to Super Bowls before Brady and now after Brady. So when you say that they had Brady, they went before and after. No, he didn't get fired. He just retired and walked out, and then a year later took the Browns job. Stop, Sills. The Patriots really. How about Allen and the Bills? What about Allen and the Bills? Allen and the Bills, they don't have a great organization. They have no organization. Brandon Beane. Too much conspiracy speculate. Too much. What do you mean speculation? You ran a fucking guy out the building. What speculation do you need? That tweet that I read, that didn't sound like glowing love for the Eagles. He didn't mention them at all, actually. He mentioned you, the fans, which is cool. He didn't mention them. He didn't say thank you, Jeffrey. He didn't say thank you, Nick. He didn't say thank you to anybody in that team. Does that sound like a guy who, was grateful for being in the Eagle organization? No. That doesn't sound like that. Hey, I want to thank the Philadelphia Eagles for giving me an opportunity to be a head football coach or whatever. Thank you very much. How you doing? Stoutland didn't mention any of that shit. Didn't even thank the owner. He said, hey, by the way, later, Stout out. And there you go. The greatest offensive line coach you've ever had. Pushed out the door. Hey, let me tell you something, too. If you listen to some of the bullshit radio stations in Philadelphia right now, and the ass kissing that's going on is insane. I mean, hold on here. So wait a minute, folks. You tell me. Still think the sky is falling. We'll be all right. How about this? AJ fucking hates it here. Vic wants to quit. Stoutland's pushed out. How you feeling? How do you feel? Sky is falling? I'm not telling you sky is falling. I'm telling you accountability's coming. If you bomb this year, heads are rolling. From the quarterback on down. From the quarterback on down. Sky is falling? You just lost the best offensive line coach. Next year, you're going to lose the best defensive coordinator in pro football. And this guy said the sky's not falling. And get this. Storm is clearing with, get this, Ryan Mahaffey and Sean Mannion. Sean Mannion and Ryan Mahaffey. You ready? LFG. Hashtag. End of 26. Jalen Hurts benched. Fredo Sirianni fired. 5-win team. Frank Wright next head coach. Idiots think the sky's not falling. Here. Stoutland was getting too old. So wait. So in a matter of a year, Trixie, you're telling me that you think Jeff Stoutland, who just came off and produced a 2,000-yard back, got old in 1 year. We need a change. Really, Trixie? 1 in 12 months, you hire a guy. Okay, let's just say this Trixie guy here is right. You hire a coordinator that's been a coach in the league for 25 months. And you hire an offensive line guy, run coordinator, who one has never done it and never had but one job, and the rest of them were in college at some sort of nowhere northern Iowa place. It's not Stout's fault the O-line was hurt and they couldn't get on the same page. Oh, by the way, let's go here. I haven't even gotten here yet. If I'm Lane Johnson, I'm coming back for Ryan Mahaffey? Why would I do that? What possibly could Ryan Mahaffey teach Lane Johnson? What? Why would I come back? If I'm Lane Johnson, I want nothing to do with that. Why would I want to come back? Ryan Mahaffey? Now, here's something to think about on a positive side. If I'm A.J. Brown, I may actually like this. They may be doing this now. Well, they want the offense to go through AJ and not through Barkley anymore. If you're AJ, you might be happy about this. Okay? You might be happy. Wait a minute. The 33-year-old guy doesn't do shit for me. But now, if you're AJ, getting rid of Stoutland means the ball's going to be in the air more. So, you sacrifice Stoutland to keep AJ. This is my theory. Stoutland's out. If I'm AJ, they really are going to throw the ball. Whether Hurts is the guy or not, it's not the issue for AJ. The fact they're going to throw the ball at all. That's me. That's a positive. And that's how you keep A.J. Brown. Firing Jeff Stoutland or Jeff Stoutland quitting might be a good sign for A.J. Brown staying. Okay? I mean, well, if you're going to bring in a passing guy and you want to evolve the offense and you want the offense to start throwing the ball through the air, it's a completely different setup. Instead of running zone blocking reads and doing all that shit, you're going to be trying to spread the football around and trying to run a West Coast style of offense. It's also going to put the quarterback and the head coach and the OC on the line. It's going to put everybody on the line. It's like starting over. This is completely starting over again. You went from RPO to Barkley. Now you're trying something different. You know, in theory, it's not something that doesn't have to happen. Brady talked about the evolution of the passing game in New England all the time. Okay? So this, again, there's many components to this, and there's many sides to this. There's no question. Now, do I think that this is the right move? I do not. Because the Eagles won the Super Bowl not throwing the ball. The Eagles won the Super Bowl and got there by being a run-dominant team. Hell, you won the other Super Bowl because of your offensive line and because of Jeff Stoutland. Hey, by the way, you ready for this, guys? You can't tell the story of the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl runs. Okay, outside of 04 and 80, you can't tell the rest of your Super Bowl runs in the history of the Super Bowl without Jeff Stoutland. Jeff Stoutland's name is the only thing that is synonymous, along with Lane, as a coach and as a player. Lane Johnson and Jeff Stoutland are the only people that you can bring up that are coach and player and not front office. Think about that. Jeff Stoutland and Lane Johnson in those 3 Super Bowls. 2 wins, 2-1 together. And you push that dude out. No. Brandon Graham was not a factor in the 2014. He was not a factor. I just gave you positives, guy. You might keep AJ. You don't hear it because you don't want to listen. Style of play and Jalen play a crucial role. I don't believe he can do it. No coach going to change Hurts into a passing quarterback. That's fool's gold. They only have a chance if he runs. Okay? Well, that's going to be exposed, Michael. And I agree with you. I don't think he can either. Here, I think Hurts can do it in a game. I don't think Hurts can do it for 17 games. He's never done it. Without his legs, he's never done it. What makes you think he's going to do it now? As he's older. Eagles hired 2 head coaches that nobody wanted in Doug P. and Sirianni. People ridiculed and questioned the hires. Result, 3 Super Bowls, 2 wins, trust Howie. Okay? Hey, Latin Inferno, no problem. Good luck to you with your guy, that Ryan Mahaffey and Sean Manning. It's not that nobody heard them. These guys haven't had jobs. Those guys had jobs. Those guys were in the league. Nick Sirianni had multiple jobs. Doug Peterson had multiple jobs. These guys have no jobs. They have 0 resumes. I don't mind hiring people, but show me you work somewhere and not just a coffee cup guy. Stills, if the Eagles really wanted to evolve the offense, they aren't doing a good job. If the plan is to throw the ball more, this will expose Nick and Hurts. 20 INTs. Season has come. And prediction, 6 wins. Nick fired, AJ traded. God knows what he's saying. Who cares? When Jalen Hurts threw the ball, he had 15 picks. He'll do it again. Says, what player has Stoutland developed in the last 5 to 6 years other than Dickerson and Becton? Don't count one. You don't think Tyler Steen being a starter this year and he's a marginal player, you don't think that's development? And by the way, the job turn, hey, Tricks, ask yourself this. How much turnover have you had in the O-line in the last 5 years? Let's see. Right guard. Isaac Seumalo, paid. Cam Jurgens, paid. Mekhi Becton, paid. Every right guard that played there got paid when they left where they were going. Every guy. And all the other guys ended up getting multiple deal contracts. Fred Johnson turns into a viable guy who was dog shit in Cincinnati. What are you talking? The job turnover has not been high on that offensive line. Steen, again, Steen was trash. He started 17 freaking games for you. 17 games. Stout did not like motion. Dude, you don't think Jeff Stoutland is anything accountable for the 50-18 record? How about this one, too? Jordan Mailata never played pro football in his life, and he's considered one of the best left tackles in pro football. There you go. Even that bust of a pick by Howie, Andre Dillard, he got paid by Tennessee. Every single guy that Jeff Stoutland has coached went on to get a multiple deal contract because that guy developed them. And by the way, every other organization around the league went like this. Well, shit, he was with Jeff Stoutland. He must be good. Jason Peters went from great to elite with Stoutland. He's probably going to go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame because of him. Dude, it's one thing to replace people, but who are you replacing them with? Some stiff? Now look, again, it happens in this league. Look, these jobs are not like Supreme Court justice jobs. You don't get these jobs forever. Okay? You don't get these jobs like this and go, hey, you have them for a lifetime. But there are certain jobs and certain people in those jobs where you go like this, like a Mike Tomlin, and you go like this. Hey, dude, whatever you want to do, we're good with. You want to leave? Fine. You don't want to leave? We're fine too with that. That's how they handled Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. Tell you this, they handle coaches in Pittsburgh 10 times better than they handle them here in Philly. You guys take dog shits on these coaches. No matter if it's Andy Reid or Doug. You just take a giant dump on them. Because you know what? The greatness of Bob Lang and all these guys have to make the narrative right. Becton was flat out a bust before Stoutland got his hands on him. Yeah. He totally was. The Jets was injury prone. He stunk. Becton comes to Philly, and guess what? Bang. Lurie and his impatience is killing this team. Leave the coaches alone. This is the NFL. It's hard to win in the Super Bowl year. Can't blame Nick. This is on the owner. Dude, Nick Sirianni didn't do this shit by himself. No question he didn't. He doesn't have that autonomy. The owner has to be in on this. All right. Want to get rid of him? Fine. Sure. You know why? The owner thinks it's him. He's not Bob Kraft. Get this through your head. He's not Bob Kraft. They empower people in New England. Why do you think I've been asking you that question for the last couple days? Heading into Super Bowl 60. You think he's Bob Kraft? Based on what? Since Bob Kraft has owned the team in 94, this guy's been almost 40% of the Super Bowls. That's every fucking 2 years the Patriots are in the Super Bowl under his regime. Whether it's Parcells or Bledsoe or Brady and Belichick or now Vrabel and Drake May. They've got 3 separate regimes that have gone now. That's not a coincidence. That's how you operate. Get this. That Brady run wasn't long. It didn't suck enough. 3 years of bad ball back in the bowl. 3 years of shitty football. 18, they won their Super Bowl, right? They had one more year of 13 wins. Then they went down to 10-7 and some shit. Then they had 3 bad years. Now they're back in the Super Bowl, 14-3. What? How'd that happen? And what separates that dude from that guy? Simple. Bob Kraft hires Nick Caserio or Scott Pioli and a head coach. And you know what he says? Go do your jobs. And he manages those dudes. He doesn't manage and micromanage everything else. Bob Kraft doesn't have his hands and all that other bullshit. Don't give a shit who they take. Patriots going to get smoked. Not the point. Not the point. Dude, they triple you in Super Bowls. And he's owned the team since 94. Same time that Jeffrey Lurie bought the team a year later, 95. Well, what's the difference between those two guys? Well, they found Brady. Well, they know how to develop him too. And by the way, you know what their patience was? They had a 10-year gap where they didn't win a Super Bowl. They didn't shit the bed and quit on Belichick or Brady. They had a 10-year gap, a decade. They didn't win a Super Bowl. They didn't blow it up. They knew they were doing the right things. They kept their patience. They kept their coaches in place. Then they went on another one. That's having conviction in what you do. That's not listening to people talk shit to you and tell you when a little bump in the road comes and they take a shit on you. That's exactly what some and many organizations like the Jets do. The Jets do that shit. As soon as a bump hits, they're out. That's loser franchises. You know, there's a reason the Pittsburgh Steelers have been considered one of the gold standards. And now the Patriots. You know why? They believe in what they do. They believe in their people. They have backbone in what they believe in. Hey, man, we were down for a decade. I still believe in what we're doing. Went on to win more Super Bowls. That's the difference. Lurie sees some bullshit that starts going south. He doesn't like something. Fire a coach. Fire a coordinator. Bang. They don't do that shit. That's why they got more Super Bowls than you, and they shouldn't. Listen, I'll say it again. I think the Philadelphia Eagles do a ton of shit things well. Like, the things that, like, out of the rest of the organizations, nobody's close to you guys. I'm talking about the Chiefs, the Patriots, organizations like the Rams, the Steelers, like that. It's a great, hey, Sales, we had 2 collapses in 3 years. It's time. You think 2025 was a collapse? Who was in charge of that collapse? Isn't that your coach? So wait, Tricks. In 3 years, you had 2 collapses in your eyes. And your coach had no answers. And the answers are now to fire Jeff Stoutland or kind of a pseudo fire. Get the fuck out of here. That's his answer? Sales organizational issue. They believe that win in spite of players and coaches. Stout is a huge loss. Biggest self-inflicted wound ever. I agree 100% with that. That's a self-inflicted wound. By the way, so let me ask you something here. I'll tell you what a player does. So when I was a young kid and I had Leroy Selman in the building, and Leroy Selman, the greatest 34 end that's ever lived. Okay? Greatest 34 end of all time. Mean Joe Green says that. Everyone. And he was on the first team 100 greatest players team. He is the greatest end. You know what we all did? We asked him questions. How do you play this technique? How do you play this? How do you do that? How do you do that? You think I'm going to ask a fucking 23-year-old kid how to play the 3 technique? Based on what? His lack of inexperience? Or a guy who was on the 50th, 75th, and 100th anniversary teams in pro football history? You think you're going to ask that guy? That's like Jeff Stoutland being in the building. He's coached all type of styles of players. You lose a mountain of wealth when you lose a dude like that. It is a mountain of wealth. I'm over Stout now. Okay, we had the pity party. Yeah, but you're missing the point, Michael. If you're making dumb decisions like this, you're capable of anything. You hire a 33-year-old guy who's a nobody, and now you're hiring Ryan Mahaffey. I'm sorry I have to keep looking because I've never heard of the guy, to replace Jeff Stoutland. I'm looking at the accumulation of things, not just one thing. One thing's not going to derail you. 5 things will. Seals, this feels like when dumbass Cowboys fired Jimmy Johnson. You know, it's funny you bring Coach Johnson up. I was reminded of that. You want to hear something? So Jimmy Johnson had one guy that he made sure followed him from Oklahoma State to Miami to Dallas and to the Miami Dolphins. Do you know who that is? He had one guy follow him since he took a head coaching job. One guy. Do you guys know who that is? One guy. Anybody? His O-line coach. His name was Tony Weiss. Look it up. Every place he went, he brought Tony Weiss with him. Because Tony Weiss was his O-line coach. And he won a national championship, and the Cowboys won 3 Super Bowls. Tony Weiss has 3 Super Bowl rings. And that was one of the guys. Get this. I just read you the guy's resume. He was a college coach and a cup of coffee coach, which was a quality control. He was an assistant. That's not a job. His first job was in 24-25, a wide receiver coach. Now he's the run game coordinator and tight ends coach in Philly. He's had 2 jobs in 3 years. What are you disagreeing with me on? What do you know about him? This guy's had 3 jobs. I mean, what could you possibly know about him? Who has he coached? McMullen said it right. They'll try to run a pass heavy. They'll try to run a pass heavy offense, realize Hurts can't, and revert back to the same offense they've been running for 5 years. He is totally right. Because the quarterback is not capable of being a pass quarterback. He does not have the skill. He has never had the skill. I have said this since 2021. This guy is not going to win ball games if he doesn't use his feet. Hurts uses his feet, you win. Hurts doesn't, you will not win. You'll win games because, well, wait, if the talent level of the football team keeps dissipating, you won't win because he doesn't elevate. So once that talent starts to diminish, if that talent comes down, you won't win shit. He can't throw you out of trouble. He never has. He never will. Now, he runs and he gets in the perimeter. Hurts is a weapon. Jalen Hurts is like close to being undefensible when he's doing that. But they don't want to do that. That's not what they want. Get this. So you hire a guy. Well, wait a minute. You pay a guy. The first 2 years of Jalen Hurts' career, 21 and 22, all the things that he did to get that $250,000 contract, $250 million contract, after you signed him, you went away from it. Make that make sense. How does that even remotely make sense? Right? So you pay the guy, he builds it up 21, 22, and then what happens? Then what happens? By the way, Angelo Cataldi will join us. That'll be at 3:30. We will talk with Howard Eskin at 4:30. I'm hoping we're going to be able to get Big Z on it like right after that at 5. When you get a running quarterback, that's what he is. You teach him to slide, pick his spots. I think that's the one thing Joe Brady's done in Buffalo that's been exceptional with Allen. They just got a shitty roster up there. Jalen is incapable of 22 again. Just how to be found and that ability to play that way again. Listen, it's funny. I said something after that 22 season where he was a runner-up in the MVP voting. I said, is this the best of Hurts you'll ever see? And little did I realize, I'm thinking that just may be the best you'll ever see of him. That just may be. Okay? It just... Parsons begging for a Dallas comeback. Yeah, I don't think so. The Athletic, Diana Rossini told Philly Sports earlier this week, I have a feeling it's going to resolve itself by AJ no longer being in Philly. And she revealed his expected trade value. Let me tell you something. So here, let's put this out here. You lose AJ Brown. Why would Lane come back? You lose Lane. You lose Goddard. You lose Stoutland. You lose Jalen Phillips. The Eagles believe they can replace all these people they did last year. Dude, your exits are mounting. The people, do you guys agree with me on one thing here? The lack of interest by assistant coaches opened the Eagle eyes up a little bit. Dean too, right? Do you think these coaches who passed this job, do you guys think that it opened their eyes? All these guys are going for different style of offenses. Here we are in this same place again, and we're not evolving. Seals, Eagles want to draft O-line without Stoutland. Good luck on fixing that. I'm a happy Cowboy fan. How you doing? Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. That's another great thought. So you're going to pick the next offensive lineman to replace Lane without Jeff Stoutland's input? Wow. Man, really? Why wouldn't you have asked him to leave after the draft or free agency? Oh, and by the way, they threw that bullshit line out. Yeah, he's welcome back anytime. That didn't sound like that from his post. That he sounds like he wants to go back in any way whatsoever. That didn't sound like that to me. Man. This is going to be mostly the Jeff Stoutland show here. Angelo will join us in about 29 minutes. Two legendary voices in Philly sports. Can't wait to hear these guys and what they're going to say. You're not going to get that shit out of those cream puffs now. Let's hear what people who built the city on Sports Talk have to say. We're getting them on the same day here. It's like they feel there is no need for experience. Knowledge is gold. Knowledge is gold, man. Hey, listen. If I could tell you, like I said, a great Lincoln line, I could tell you it's north. But if you don't know what's in front of you, like the marshes, the off-roads, the terrain, what's the point of knowing due north when you don't know how to get there? That's an Abraham Lincoln line. Just because you know where due north is doesn't mean you know the terrain in front of you. I mean, how do you know where you're going if you don't have the people who have been through that journey, right? It's one of my favorite lines. What's the point of knowing due north? How many guys over 65 still have jobs? Stoutland's 63, I believe. So what? So hang on here. Where's that guy who said that with 65? So let me ask you something. You would hire a guy who doesn't know, who has no experience, and you'd fire a guy who's 65 years old because of his age? Hoss, I'm looking for the best and most qualified people. There's not an age on that. All right? There's not an age. There's no age on experience. It's a stupid comment. Well, he's 65. Time to move on. What's easier to fall in line? Experienced coaches or these greenhorns? Absolutely. Now I know why Vic's taking time. You can't tell me that all of this stuff going on. Hey, New Jersey Maniac, figure this out. If you're Vic Fangio and you're watching this behind the scenes because you know what's coming, you tell me that didn't have an effect on Vic, maybe time for him to go too. You think he wants to be in that building without Jeff Stoutland? No way. So it's me personally, other than Fano and McGowan, the D-line linebackers, cornerbacks going to push the offensive players down the draft. Yeah. Chills, how you doing? Just came aboard. How you doing, Mr. Hill? 24 Mulata Lane went to Nick and said we need to run the ball. Who do you think told him? Yeah, Jeff Stoutland. Sad day in Philly. Yep. Running the same inside zones as if you have the 92 Cowboys line instead of the 2025 Raiders line is an issue. Well, so wait, Jeff Stoutland's getting blamed for the injuries? Wait, Jeff Stoutland, let me get this right. Jeff Stoutland is being blamed for the offensive line not being productive. But Kevin Patullo, who still has a job with the Eagles, is not being blamed. I know he's been demoted. They didn't fire him. I mean, those guys get the pass, and all of you use the injuries in the O-line as an issue. Jeff doesn't get that. Jeff's coaching is based on production, and the other coaches get the injury conversation. Sounds like you have an agenda with me. The tush push or brotherly shove was popularized and perfected by the Philadelphia Eagles, specifically head coach Nick Sirianni and offensive coordinator Shane Steichen. So let me ask you this. Guy draws something up on a board. And I don't believe that. Carson Wentz ran it. He was 26 of 27 in his time in Philly running it. I remember Carson Wentz running that play. Taking credit for other people's work. Sounds right. Sills, age doesn't matter. I would hire Jimmy Johnson as a coach in a heartbeat. I'm with you. I think that's the stupidest shit going in today's society. Let me get a younger dude who doesn't know dick about shit and fire a guy who's elevated Hall of Famers and a year ago had the best running game in pro football and maybe one of the greatest running games in the history of the league. And I'm going to blow him out in a year because I know better. Okay. We make excuses for Barkley not having big numbers by saying the O-line was injured. But that same excuse isn't extended to Stout? Exactly. I'll say it one more time to you. Hey, I got what I wanted finally. Do you know what I got? I got what I wanted finally. See, I'm a happy guy today. I know many of you aren't. I'm a happy guy. You know why? Why do you guys think I'm happy today? I love Stoutland, but he showed an inability to adapt his schemes without a healthy line. Well, really, you must have forgot when you lost Jason Peters in the Super Bowl. And you went with a backup. And you went with a backup at left tackle and you won a Super Bowl. Really? Yep. And Nick. Get this. This is going to be a big year. I'm either going to be validated or I'm going to be villainized. There's no gray area here. It's all on the line now. I'm happy. Now, if they revert back to running, I'll be even more vindicated. Here it is. Guess what we do moving forward now? Hey, Jalen, Nick, you want to win through the air? You want to throw the ball? Quarterback's not going to run? Good luck. I want to see it. With your 33-year-old unproven coordinator and you and Nick. Now we know who calls the plays. You fired an experienced offensive line coach, your run coordinator. You bring in a guy who's even less of a resume than your guy you hired as the OC. This is Nick's show. Seriously. Today on February 5th, the only thing I could say is, oh, yeah. 2025, all the moves you make right now are going to dictate the success. Remember, I tell people this all the time and how important this time of the year is. What you do today, what you do March 11th, what you do April 23rd, what you do in OTAs and minicamp, what you do in June and July and into training camp are all going to predicate and all going to dictate how well the payoff is in September. You don't get better by adding a ton of players during the year. Look at you guys. You added one player and it helped you, but it wasn't enough. All the shit you did in the offseason, you didn't do enough in the offseason, and it didn't pan out for you. Okay? All the stuff you do today is going to dictate if it pays off in the fall. Okay? It's going to dictate. Well, I'm taking you over on the Cowboys fan of the America's team, and America doesn't want. Yeah, well, listen, I think the Cowboys are going to be a heck of a team this coming season. They got better getting Quinnen Williams. I don't know if I would pay for Devin Lloyd. I don't believe the Jags are going to sign him to a franchise tag. That would be $26 million. But he was, remember I told you guys to draft him? Guy's all pro. Guy's an all pro. And I don't believe Jacksonville's going to franchise him, but he going to be an expensive guy. Cowboys sign him, get Devin Lloyd, make a trade maybe to get Crosby. 2 moves can put you in the room. Especially with the Eagles. How about this? I don't know what's going to happen as of right now. I got a feeling. I'm going to wait and see what July, and I'm going to wait and see what April and March hold. But right now, I mean, I don't know. I don't feel optimistic about the Eagles. I don't know how anybody can. How about this? I don't feel pessimistic, but I don't feel optimistic. I think you got more questions than any time in the Sirianni era now going into the offseason here. You have more question marks than any time since he's been the head coach. What style of play are you going to have? What's it going to look like? What's the quarterback going to look like? What's Barkley's role? Hey, by the way, what's Saquon Barkley's role? And can I ask you guys something? So you just paid Barkley $20 million. You're going to change the offense now? Does that mean Barkley's out? Is Saquon Barkley out? What's his role? What do you think Barkley's role is? Right? I mean, if you're changing it, you want to throw the football. I mean, what's his role? Here, you want to get dumb again? It's always good to get dumb again by watching this. How the fuck does a new scheme mean Barkley's out? Well, if you're going to throw the ball more with more passing attempts than rushing attempts, that usually means, imbecile, your production will be even down more. If the quarterback throws 35 or more times, that traditionally means 25 carries or more will be out. Most teams average 63 plays a game. Add it up, kid. You're welcome. Hopefully, that pace helps you understand. Not that I think it'll happen, but it would be the biggest mindfuck in Philadelphia sports history if Nick and Jalen can make. Dude, I just told you. Mike, if this guy makes this happen, he'll be considered one of the best coaches in pro football. And you won't have to hear guys like Jeff McClain reporting that the owner thought of firing him. By the way, you know, when I say this shit about Nick Sirianni, how come I get pushback on it when the damn owner and Jeff McClain reports in the last 3 years, twice the owner was thinking of firing the guy? How come when I say it, it sounds like I'm ripping Nick when the owner wanted to fire him? I mean, you're making it sound like, well, because Sileo said it. Sileo said it. You know? Right? Oh, interesting. This is interesting. Huh. What in the hell? Hey, Scott, thank you very much. Appreciate you watching. Scott Masteller, guy who runs 97.5. Thank you. Appreciate it. Glad you liked the show. Appreciate that. Right there. Scott Masteller. Huh. Interesting. Not that I care, but hey, all good. I know everybody watches the show. But we can't give Sirianni credit for this. How is he a good coach? What evidence do we have? Well, his 50-18 record. Does he call plays? No. Or didn't talent on this team drag him to the Super Bowl? That I believe. Bottom of the hour. Angelo Cataldi will join us. Clean house here. Top 5 pick in the draft next year. Woo. Is that Arch Manning? Would that be Arch Manning? Huh. I never thought about that. So if you guys have like a 6-win season, Arch Manning. So the Rams don't run the ball? So let me ask you this. You think Kyron Williams? You think that guy is a focal point in the offense? Or do you think it's more Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua? Just asking. You're missing the point. The focal point of the Philadelphia Eagles the last 5 years has been the run game. Either quarterback or Barkley. Now, they want to utilize the receivers more. Like I said, this might be a good thing for AJ. But AJ then's got to look at it and go, quarterback's not going to be able to run this offense. They're going to throw the ball, and get this. I can't wait for this. I can't wait. You're either going to extend Hurts or you're going to move on from him. You're either going to fire Nick or you're going to continue to go to work with Nick every day. There's no gray area here. So this is boom or bust, in my opinion. This is boom or bust. Towards saved Kelsey's career and now going to the Hall. Yeah, stout. I got you, Kim. Stout. Yes. Absolutely. By the way, hey, Dan Sileo, do you think ESP's arms are tired of carrying the water for Sirianni and Patullo? These are some of the things that are like people. I mean, my X account is blowing up going, you're right. You've been right. Really? Since 21. You will be eating crow, a lot of crow. Sales on Jalen. Breed of one. Guy sucks as a passer. The guy's great as a dual threat. Sorry, dude. He proves it all the time. When you throw the ball more, he had 26 turnovers in 23 games. No, he had 31 turnovers in 23 ball games when he was throwing the ball at a high clip. Hey, Kyle, let's do this again. I want to show you something here. So let me go here. Jalen Hurts. Remember, they're going to change the offense. There's no question. And Kyle, I'm going to need you to do this again for me. 2023. Okay, when they threw the ball 538 times, the most in his entire career. His completion percentage was around 65%, which is a little below average. And he had 15 interceptions. Okay. Let's go down to the fumbles he had. I think he had 7 that season when he had 7 rushing turnovers. I think there were 7 fumbles that year. 2023. No, he had 9. So, how many games did he play in 23? He played 17 ball games. So, in 17 ball games, he had 24 turnovers. Kyle, do that number for me again. In the first 4 games, in 2024, in the Super Bowl year, how many interceptions did he have and how many fumbles did he have when they were throwing the ball, running motion, and doing all that? Remember, 538 attempts. When they upped the volume of passing, Jalen Hurts had 24 turnovers in 17 ball games. Okay? What message did Stout's decision send to Laurie? Or is Laurie head too big? He didn't mention any thanks to Laurie. Yeah, of course he didn't. He didn't. No. Because he's not happy. Leon, appreciate it. I got you, brother. Bellotta spoke at Radio Row just now and is upset about this. Not good. Don't feel good about this. Via Chase, Senor. This going to get ugly, Sills. Bellotta's upset right now, and I would imagine the entire offensive line's upset. Yeah, so Kyle, what was the number in 2024? And I'll show you guys. He had 4 interceptions in 24 in 4 games. Okay. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 21 games. He had 19 interceptions and 3 fumbles. So he basically had, let's see here, how many turnovers? 4 and at 7, he had 31 turnovers in 8, 9, 10, 11 in 21 games. 21 turnovers in 31. Think of that. Okay? 31 turnovers in 21 games. And you want this to turn into a passing attack? Nick was there too for this. That's a shitload of turnovers, dude. And you think Hurts is going to be better? Sills just tuning in, getting off work. Sills, what happened to the Birds? Jeff Stoutland quit because he didn't want to work for a 33-year-old coordinator. 7 turnovers, 4 picks, and 3 fumbles. Okay? So that's 19 INTs. And that's 13 turnovers and fumbles. Actually, it's 32. He had 32 turnovers in 21 games. And you're going to turn it into a passing offense? Why? Do you understand? Where have you seen him do this? On a consistent basis. Wow, that puts things in perspective, Big Sills. Turnover machine hurts. Correct. And he was still running the ball then. Now you're not going to run it as much? And you're going to think all this. By the way, Kevin Patullo is still part of the offensive game plan. He's just been redirected. With Stoutland leaving, I got to believe Lane's done. Me too. I don't believe Lane Johnson's back. Howie's hair will be totally gray by the end of the year. Prince, how can a coach when Jalen goes straight to Laurie? It's an organizational problem. You don't comprehend that. Yeah, I think Jeffrey Lurie and Jalen Hurts talk a lot. I think they got a great connection. Says you believe the Eagles don't know this or can't see it. No, I believe, my opinion, I believe they think they can fix everything just by the way they hire. Told you yesterday, they are prepared. They're preparing for a new regime. So you're just going to waste the 26 year? I don't believe they operate like that. I do think they want to win. Pushing Jalen out of that contract with new scheme. No trade. Remember, no trade. Done with what, Prince? You're done with the people? I mean, yeah. That's kind of, hey. What? It's always a new narrative. They create it, though, Prince. Prince, they create the new narrative. Nobody else does. Okay, Prince, why'd they fire Jeff Stoutland? Maybe you were cool with it. No. Prince, I know. Not you. I got it. I know. But, dude, it's a new narrative, and I agree with you. It's frustrating. Bro, I'm on your side. Cried all day when Stoutland left. Hurts is done. Sills, what's the trade value to jump from 23 to 18? Once you start getting closer to 15, you're starting to get closer to the true first rounders. I say there's about 15 first-round draft choice in this thing this year. All right. I had to get Angelo on for this because let me tell you something. When you take a shit on a guy like this, and that tweet that he put out, I want to read it before I bring Angelo on. By the way, I read his blog, and we're going to talk about that 33-year-old nobody here in a minute. By the way, for Angelo, you can go to angelocataldi.com. That coach has been a coach for 25 months. Just to put that in perspective, 25 months he's been a coach. So before I get Angelo on, Philadelphia, no Eagles? I've decided my time coaching the Eagles has come to an end. Okay. That's about as abrupt as you can get. When I arrived here in 13 with Chip Kelly, believe it or not, I added that. I didn't know what I was signing up for. I quickly learned what this city demands, but more importantly, what it gives back. Bro, I've told you guys this before. Best fan base I've ever spoken to. Okay? The past 13 years has been a great privilege of my coaching career. I didn't just work here. I became one of you. Stout out. I'm sorry, man. If I worked at some place and I really enjoyed working at some place, I'm going to thank Rhea Hughes. I'm going to thank producers. I'm going to thank people if I work at a period of time. I'm going to go, get over here, man. I could never have done this, and we could never have done this without each other. Making it a successful radio show and the number one rated guy and the most important guy in the history of sports talk radio here in Philadelphia. I want to thank everybody for having me part of your team. That's how you do shit. Angelo Cataldi. We bring him in here. Angelo, your takeaway right away with how Stoutland has quit on the Eagles.
Well, Stoutland University is hereby closed. That's the bad news. The good news, the Nick Sirianni Nursery School remains up and running. And what you're seeing now, Dan, is what we've been talking about for years, several years. They have structured an organization with somehow they have given power to Nick Sirianni, knowing that the guy is not all that bright. You alienated the best coach on your staff in the course of this debacle of a season. You strip the powers from Jeff Stoutland to be the run game coordinator. Who got those duties?
Kevin Patullo. Kevin Patullo.
All right, so let me take you back to the sideline when something good happened, which wasn't all that often this year offensively. How Sirianni and Patullo are doing the hook the arm thing and the whole deal there. And I kept referring to them as a bunch of frat boys. Let's tap a keg. That's the mentality. Now you've got in that mindset. And it became more that this year with Patullo, his best buddy, in a position of power, right? Now you look at, well, who didn't fit in there? Well, Stoutland, who's won Super Bowls with two entirely different coaching staffs in Philadelphia. We've only won two. Stoutland won us two of them, both of them. All right, with Doug Peterson's group and now with Sirianni's group. They alienated him. Who else is talking about leaving?
Vic Fangio.
Also over 60, extremely good, has done a brilliant job as defensive coordinator. Got alienated enough in his second year here to strongly consider retirement. I mean, how much more? Do we need to see the last chapter of the Nick Sirianni story?
Don't you think? But Angelo, doesn't this set up the last chapter?
Oh, yeah.
Because it does. This sets it up, right?
It's inevitable now. Do you understand? You have now the one thing that Sirianni has been able to succeed at is using great coaches to their best. These guys perform brilliantly in his system, whatever it was. Fangio's never coached better. Stoutland was never more successful than he was here, and never more successful than with Sirianni. Those were the best offensive lines. And somehow he alienated them enough so that he lost one and the other one's back, but not dying to do it. Fangio. The last chapter of this is a horrible season next year, a losing season, more losses than wins, and then the firing of Sirianni. That's not the big question. The question is, how does he still have power? They know. Larry and Roseman, the owner and the general manager, know that last year they won because they had two great coordinators and Sirianni was taken out of the equation. But why are they giving him all this? I don't understand why he's getting this power. I don't understand why the organization is watching Stoutland leave, Fangio think about leaving, and they empower. How did they end up with Sean Mannion?
How about that? Here, I'm going to get to that.
They end up with another guy who's never called plays.
How about this though, Angelo? How are you going from a year? We're not even. I think February 9th is when the Eagles won the Super Bowl a year ago. That'll be a year. How do we go within a few days of a year to Jeff Stoutland being demoted in run game and then having Kevin Patullo, who never called plays, and who's Nick's frat buddy? How do you go with some of the reports that were out there that they never even conferred with him on how they were going to run plays?
No, they
and how
didn't
they
tell
were
him.
going to call.
No.
Why they did? Well, that means they didn't have the stones to tell him because they didn't want to address it. How do you get to that point where you just disrespect a guy who's maybe more respected or as respected as Jim Johnson was here?
All right, here's the thing. They probably didn't have the stones to tell him, but he figured it out. And that's, when I was a reporter, that's the moment when Stoutland confronts Sirianni about a demotion.
That's right.
In the middle of the season after they won the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And I would pay for a transcript of what Stoutland said to Sirianni.
Yep.
And what Sirianni said in response, because Stoutland knows what he's doing. Sirianni,
Angelo, do you think he went? You think he went to Nick after this 33-year-old guy? We'll get to him in a minute. After this 33-year-old guy, Do you think Jeff went to him, and follow me on this? Do you think he went to him and said, all right, well, what's my role in this? Do I still have the run game coordinator? Nick probably for the first time had to say no.
Right.
And then when Vic heard that,
Right.
I wonder if Vic goes, you're pushing Jeff Stoutland out.
Yeah.
How in the
100%.
world does that make me not want to leave here
100%.
when you're creating chaos on that side of the ball for us?
100%. This is the inner workings of a football organization. There's also, it's like every other business.
Yeah.
Fangio and Stoutland are talking and going, how much longer are we going to prop these morons up?
Yeah.
I mean, Stoutland knew before they named Patullo. He had worked with Patullo. He knew he didn't know what he was doing. He knew it. He was that you coordinate the running game. Well, you can't coordinate a running game if the guy calling the plays doesn't know how to call the plays. You got to set it up. It all works together. And Patullo didn't know a damn thing about it. Isn't it ironic? Damn, here's the killer. This tells you Sirianni is being allowed to do things that are horrible for the organization. Jeff Stoutland, to me, a Hall of Fame assistant coach.
No question.
Hall of Famer.
No question.
Is no longer in the organization. Kevin Patullo is.
I know.
They didn't fire him.
No.
I don't know where the hell he's hiding in there, but they did. He's still a part of the organization. Sirianni's best buddy, who proved he could not do the job, he's still there. Stoutland, who did the job, well, ask Jason Kelce. He turned Becton into a good player last year. He turned Becton, who sucked before that and sucked this season. The only good year he had was with Stoutland, and he let him go. It's Dan. Why Sirianni? The only possible theory I have is that the Eagles are in a really bad position. Sirianni's got a great record. He does. It's because he had a phenomenal roster. It's not because he's done anything brilliant. We watch the games. We listen to him talk. Yeah. He's not brilliant. He's not even that smart. All right. So, what are you going to do? He's got a great record. He won a friggin' Super Bowl. I can't just fire the guy the next year. Here's a little rope. Hang yourself. Wow. He lost Stoutland. He's close to losing Fangio. Maybe they just.
I agree with
let it play out. They're going to let it play out.
They're letting it play out. I really do.
There are people in our city, dumb ones. But there are people in the city of Philadelphia who think Sirianni's a really good coach. Now, these are people who don't pay enough attention to watch the way he comports himself on the sideline, to listen to his news conferences, to see how they do when he actually calls plays or is involved directly in something happening. You can see he really doesn't know what the hell he's doing either. But you can't fire a guy who just won a friggin' Super Bowl.
No,
they almost did it the year before.
Yeah, it's too much equity. It's too
so
much.
They got to do it. So they got to play it this way. But it still doesn't explain to me how they let Sean Mannion, another guy who's never called plays, they handed him the keys to this offense. Roseman and Lurie know better than that. I don't understand why they didn't bring in somebody who had way more of a track record than this.
So how about this, Angelo? If you look at his resume, he's only been a coach in the NFL for 25 months.
Right.
25 months.
Right.
They wouldn't. I mean, there was a conversation a couple of years ago when Kellen Moore got the job that Cliff Kingsbury wanted to bring in an offensive line guy. He didn't want Stoutland there. He wanted a different guy. They were adamant. They went, no way. That's a deal breaker. So you're telling me they let that guy or push this guy out the building, Jeff Stoutland, for a 33-year-old guy? This tells me the play caller's not Sean Mannion, because follow me, Angelo. So you got KP, who's called plays, Kevin Patullo. This guy, Josh Grizzard, who just got fired from the freaking Bucs for a bad offense this year. Right. I know they had injuries. He's called plays. Nick's called plays. Who's the one guy in the offensive side of the ball that hasn't called plays? Your new OC?
Yeah. That's something.
That makes sense to me.
Right. It's none of it makes sense. You understand? This is not, it's so easy to say, well, these are all stupid decisions. They must be Sirianni's because he's good at that. We saw him. We saw him when he hired Brian Johnson. We saw him last year when he brought in Petula. He's good at making stupid decisions based on friendships, all right? But why are the guys above him letting this happen again? They can't. There's no damn way Mannion was so brilliant. 25 months off the playing field, so brilliant at this interview that they went, oh my God, we got to get him in here. He's the next brilliant.
What's Laurie thinking? Angelo, what's Laurie
I don't know.
thinking?
No, well, Laurie ain't going to talk. He only talks when his team is winning. He would be talking right now if the Eagles were back in the Super Bowl because he was everywhere last year this week. Couldn't talk enough about how brilliant this organization was under his leadership. No, he's going to hide out. And Rose was just giving you boilerplate. It's the same. They're saying the same crap right now about Mannion. I looked it up. The same stuff they said about Mannion, they said a year ago about Petula. Oh, wow. He's got this mind that works so differently than, they were giving you all this crap. I looked it up.
I know.
They didn't even change the approach. Oh, this guy was born to do this. We don't need to see him do it. We know how great he is at it. Hey, Dan, I'm not telling you he won't be good at it. He might be.
Some might be.
Are, but you don't know. He's never. This is the analogy I used in the website. I got feedback from doctors telling me, yeah, this is exactly what it is. Jeff Lurie has got problems in his both knees. He's in a lot of pain. He's got to see somebody. Got to go to the medical profession. Is he going to go to a highly renowned orthopedic specialist who's dealt with knee issues for decades and knows what to do? Or is he going to take a shot and just take a kid from med school? Just got out of med school. I got an idea. I'll be your first knee patient. That's what they're doing, bringing in a play caller who never called plays. You're taking a shot.
Angelo,
it's stupid.
Doesn't this seem that also that because if you go back a couple weeks here now, the guy who was also added into the interview process of the OCs was Julian Laurie.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm wondering right now if they're starting to go young for a reason that they're trying to begin the transformation of him taking over as president, not GM, but as president, because there is a lot of young moves here. You got Fangio wanting there must be whispers that they're thinking, how many years are you going to do this, Vic? Where are we going here? I mean, now you hire a 33-year-old guy. You got Kevin Petullo. You've got all these young guys in the organization. Now you got Julian Laurie, part of the interview process on the OC. He was part of this. Right. He was part of Sean Mannion being hired. Are they making that transition here?
What you're doing here is really interesting because my scenario is you get rid of Sirianni, you bring somebody into your organization who's smart, and now things will go back. You still got a great GM. He's still bringing in Howie's still bringing in lots of great talent. You're going to be okay. If you add the son of the owner and say, no, he's going to be a major part of the process now, instead of a bad year or two while we wait for Sirianni to finally get the hell out of Philadelphia, you're looking at a generation more. Yeah. If Julian Lurie is going to run the team soon, his father's in his 70s, you're screwed. Now, I could be wrong again. Every once in a while, the next generation comes along and is better than the original. Happens about 5% of the time. The rest of the time,
the Yankees.
The son. Yeah, Hal Steinbrenner. The rest of the time, the guy who takes over didn't earn it, didn't get any of the money, just he won the gene pool. You know, he was born on third base. And if that's true, then we're screwed for long term. until the Lurie family gets rid of the team.
How about this one here? How much does this impact Lane Johnson coming back?
Wow. That is a great question, because one of the main reasons that it's such a great job to be an offensive lineman on the Eagles is you're in Stoutland University. You are learning from the best offensive line coach in the game, and he's tough, and he doesn't suffer fools. And if you're a real player, like Mailata or like Johnson or like Jason Kelce, who is there, you love having that kind of a coach. Just listen to Kelce. Kelce will sing arias about Jeff Stoutland and how he never would have been the player he was without Stoutland there. And all the other players that were okay coming out of college or whatever.
Even Fred Johnson. Even guys like Fred Johnson who were backup guys.
They let that guy leave, but they kept Petullo. That tells you Sirianni still has a lot of say in the personnel at the coaching level, and that means you're screwed. The only time it worked is when the ownership took over. Kellen Moore was not Nick Sirianni's pick. That's how you won a Super Bowl. You had Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Now what are you going to do?
How does this impact A.J. Brown now? I mean, now let me ask you this now here, Angelo. If they're going to change the offense, and they're going to try to put the ball in the air, doesn't this then do this? If AJ, you were going to come back and it was going to be status quo, I'm out of here, man.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, 90% of the people around and all the national media guys are saying that AJ's gone. But if I'm AJ Brown and I see now, well, they're going to at least attempt to throw the ball and put the ball in the air. Does that change the narrative for me? Maybe I want to stay, or do I still want out of this chaos?
All right, AJ, first of all, AJ doesn't necessarily want them to put the ball in the air. He wants them to put the ball in the air to him. If they're throwing the ball at Devontae Smith, he's no happier.
Yeah.
He's only happy when number 11 is called, all right? But you're saying to me, Sean Mannion will look at the personnel and go, well, we have an elite receiver. Why don't we throw him the ball? Why don't we not go
it's common sense.
Or 3 quarters and never throw him the football? Maybe, look, I would always be in favor of keeping A.J. Brown. Howie Roseman's right. It's hard to find great players, and he's one. So, yeah, man, you know what? If that brings him back, if that gives him some life, well, then do me a favor. Actually make him happy and throw him the friggin' ball. Because Petullo never figured that out. Never. And that's one of the reasons he's in the broom closet now instead of in the main coach's room.
That's exactly right here. Are they ruining Jalen Hurts?
Well, I mean, can you name another quarterback in NFL history who every single year of his career had a different offensive coordinator?
And every single year. Not only a different one, but you're taking a gamble if they're good or bad.
Yeah.
I mean, and get this, they're not even like once experienced, once never, once kind of, once not. It's so up and down. It's almost like Nick's personality.
Well, you know what's fascinating to me?
He hires these coordinators based on his personality because he's so hot and cold as a human that the guys he hires, he hires hot and cold.
I found it fascinating that he was the protege. Nick Sirianni was a protege at one time of Frank Reich.
Yeah.
Right? And Frank Reich yesterday was hired by the New York Jets as an offensive coordinator.
With no quarterback.
Right. They don't even have a quarterback. That means if Frank is willing to take that awful job.
Awful.
The idea, if they'd have asked Frank Reich to come in here, he would have dropped to his knees and kissed the ground and gone, oh, my coaching career is saved. I'm back on a team with talent. I'm going to dial a play. And all Frank Reich's done, he's called plays for like 20 years or so, right?
Yeah, yep.
We don't want that. Now, I was against bringing in anybody connected to Sirianni. And then I saw that they brought in another novice. And I went, well, if I would have done Reich then. Reich, we know, can call plays. Reich, we know that's one of his strengths. Didn't even give him an interview. Damn, he got nothing. You know why? Because Frank Reich is too much like Jeff Stoutland and Vic Fangio. They give you their opinion if it's negative. And the organization doesn't like negative. They want yes, yes, yes. And that's what Sirianni has given the bosses from day one. Yes.
Do you believe the Super Bowl window is closed?
Well, probably not, because Hurts is under 30. He's still good. I still look at the talent I got. Come on.
Then wait, do you think there's too many people in the way for the Super Bowl window to stay open?
Well, that's a bit, yeah. These people are obstacle. Nick Sirianni is an obstacle to another Super Bowl, not a means to one, right? You would think, well, he won one. He must be really no. Listen to him. Watch him. See what he's doing right now. This is a boondoggle. You have lost your best assistant coach and could end up losing or having a disgruntled defensive coordinator next year. You're on your way to losing. You've got a first place schedule again. You got all this dysfunction behind you. You got a guy calling plays again next year who's never done it. Never done it. Oh, that's a recipe for success. No, they're not good. I'll say this much. The window of opportunity to go back to the Super Bowl, never mind win it, go back to it, is closed as long as Sirianni's here. His hand is played out now. All that's left now is the unmasking of his incompetence. And it will happen. It will happen in the next 12 months. Next year at this time, we'll be going, well, it wasn't it inevitable a year ago? Wasn't it? No. Once they lost Stoutland, once you found out Fangio wasn't happy, that was the first big sign that it was about to unravel. It will unravel next year.
Don't you agree what the organization did? A couple more here for you, Angelo. Don't you agree what the organization did now? Instead of separating Nick from the coordinators, he's now made it closer to what could be the problem, which that's going to give them the vehicle for them to give them the off-ramp to fire the guy at the end of the year. Because before, there was a fail-safe in there. Oh, that was the coordinator, not me. And they used that. The impatience that the owner has. Well, it's going to fire him. They're going to fire this guy. Now, hey, Nick, like you've been saying right now, Nick, if this is your guy, haven't you brought the problem closer to him now? And that makes that off-ramp.
Yes, you have.
The other fire, right?
Yes, you have. And that is maybe the number one part of this story. That's the biggest part of this story. Because now, Nick Sirianni, in the course of the past season, while leading his division, made a decision during the season to remove power from Jeff Stoutland and give it to Kevin Petullo. Just let that sit. All the people, and I get plenty of email from people saying, you're too negative. Oh my God. Just tell me how that's justifiable. In what world does Jeff Stoutland lose power to Kevin Petullo? A guy who's proven over and over again his elite knowledge of football, and an utter novice who, given a chance, fell flat on his face. And Sirianni, in the course of that season, handed more power to Petullo. What else? There's no other argument you need to make, Dan. That is the definition of incompetence.
Absolutely. Angelo, I want to ask you this last one here. So, 1994, Robert Kraft bought the Patriots, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think Laurie bought the Eagles in 95. The following season, he took control from Norman Brayman.
Correct.
So in that time frame from 94, Bob Kraft has been now, come Sunday, 11 Super Bowls, which is 37.5% of the Super Bowls during that time, which means every other year almost, every 2 years, the Patriots have been in the Super Bowl. My question to you is, what does Robert Kraft do different that Jeffrey Lurie? Because I believe you guys have left multiple Super Bowls on the table because of the way you do business. Right. My question is, what's the difference between those two owners and the way they do business? in your eyes? What do you think Kraft does different? Now, look, and I put this in here too. I know people are going to go Brady, but wait, they went to a Super Bowl with Parcells and Bledsoe. They went with Brady and they went with Belichick, and now they're here with Vrabel and Drake May. Three completely different regimes.
Right.
What does he do different than Jeffrey Lurie?
He's a lot smarter. And I'll give you an example. All right. You got to go back to Spygate. This is one of my favorite Robert Kraft stories. Go back to Spygate. Bill Belichick is caught unauthorized taping of practices, and he's using it to game plan against teams. So finally, he's brought into Kraft's office, and Kraft goes, basically, Belichick says, why would I even do that? Why would I do anything like that? And he said, exactly. Why do you need to do that? You're Bill Belichick. We got Tom Brady. You don't need to do any of that. And he said, well, I wish I could fully remember the anecdote now. It's losing me. Basically, what he said at the end is, if you actually cheated Bill, you're a schmuck. Bill wouldn't really tell him. And he went, if you actually did this, you're a schmuck. Right? There's no scenario in the world where Jeff Lurie would ever say that to somebody beneath him, because Lurie is not that confident. Lurie is not that much of a leader. Lurie is not willing to look at the greatest coach in the history of the game and say, you're a schmuck. Right? Wouldn't do it. And I'm just saying to you, Robert Kraft knows what he's doing. Jeff Lurie, he's a good owner. I can't say he's not a good owner. It's what a lot of winning teams with it, but he's not as smart.
So he's a whisperer. He's a whisperer. He was a whisperer.
He's not confident. Lurie does not comport himself as somebody who has a swagger. The only time he ever talks is when his team's on a run. And even then, it's just this pompous professorial pontificating about organizational structures and all this crap. It's all bullshit. All right. The fact of the matter is, Robert Kraft, I keep saying this all the time, Dan. And I guess it's because I did the job for a long time. Just listen to the people speak. They will tell you how smart they are. Listen to the way they speak, and you will understand the level of intelligence you're dealing with. That's all you got to do.
I want to sneak this one in here, Nostradamus. Nostradamus, I want to sneak this in here. How do you think this story ends with Sirianni? I mean, it's out. How do you think this ends?
Philadelphia Eagles. I already did this once and I fell right into the hole. Let's hope it doesn't. Well, I hope it happens again. I hope I look like an idiot again. I'll just say, hey, I got senile. Don't blame it on me. Philadelphia Eagles in 2026 will have a losing season. They will lose more games than they win. And by the last couple of games of this bad season, remember now, John Harbaugh is in your division. John Harbaugh's in your division. When that happens, when you end up winning 7 games, 6 games, whatever it is, Sirianni gets fired, and we will all say, well, they should have done it a year ago. Because what we're going to watch in the next year, 6 wins, you're saying? 6? Wow. Huh. I'm not going there yet. Can I at least see the draft? We made the
So wait a minute.
For a year ago.
Wait. You're going to let this guy, Ryan Mahaffey, pick the offensive lineman that instead of Jeff Stoutland in the draft? That's the guy you're going to recommend for me to pick an old lineman to replace Lane?
Yeah, if I were Hurts, I'd ask for a trade now before he gets his ass kicked. They're going to wipe him out next year. They're going to find out what life is like without Stoutland as the coach of the offensive line. This was a catastrophe. All right. This was a catastrophe. If you can't keep that man happy, then you're an idiot. All right. You're a bad coach. And that's what I will always say about Sirianni. I don't care if he wins another Super Bowl next year. He's still a moron to me. He will always be a moron.
Angelo.
Watch him on the sideline. Tell me if that is an intelligent human being.
Oh, my God. By the way, real quick, I got Howard Eskin coming up at 4:30.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Ask him if the backup quarterback should be the starter now. Tanner McKee. Say, hey, Howard, Tanner McKee, huh? They would have won it all with Tanner McKee, huh?
Oh, my God. I asked Ray Dininger this a couple weeks ago, and I go to Ray, I go, so you were in the middle between these two guys?
Let me just say right now, I have an announcement on the Dan Sileo show. The intelligent portion of the program is about to end. Good luck with the rest of it.
Thank you very much, Angelo Cataldi. Thank you, my friend. Make sure you check him out also on angelocataldi.com. Here, let me see. Let me double check here. I want to make sure we get that, Angelo. Oh my God. Yes, angelocataldi.com. Make sure you check him out there, man. I had to get him on. The intelligent part of the program just ended. Oh, man. Howard Eskin will join us. We will talk with him. That'll be at 4:30. All right, hit the like button, guys. Let me see if we missed any supers in here. We appreciate you guys coming aboard. Yeah, I just, by the way, learned how to scroll. Don't ask me, okay? I have no idea. I just learned how to scroll back instead of asking Joe Rosanna to go back and find these things for me. I just learned how to do this, Joe. So hang on here. See if we got any supers here. Guys, we appreciate you very much. Here's one. This you, Leon? Says, I just saw a clip. She asked Jordan, why should Eagle fans be positive? Jordan laughed and said, I'm going to sit here and lie to you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leon. There you go. Thank you. There. Says, I just saw the clip. She asked Jordan, why should Eagle fans be positive? Jordan laughed and said, I'm going to sit here and lie to you. Oh, even Jordan Mailata now is saying this thing's going to be a train wreck. Oh, my God. You now have put a dagger into the most important part of your football team, your offensive line. Make that make sense. Your entire offensive line is completely against us. Seals, you're going to see more people clapping for joy after Sirianni fired since JB's funeral. Dude. Hurts, lie to me. Here's by the way, Abe dropping F-bombs on my radio show today. He was so pissed today. He called into my radio show in Tampa this morning. He's dropping F-bombs. I'm like, and I had to remind him, yeah, you know, this ain't the JAKIB show here. We can kind of slip in an F-bomb every now and then. This guy's dropping an F-bomb on my on a 50,000 watt radio station. How you doing? It's all good, Abe. No, we're boys, man. We're good. It's good. Abe's dropping F-bombs. Guy called me too, and he goes, did he drop an F-bomb? I said, no, I think he said frickin'. So we're good. Abe was on fire, though. Mailata and Lane are pissed for sure. Can't wait for all the old linemen to retire or request a trade. Sills. Okay? Sills, congratulations on Sirianni. Hang on, not yet. Listen, man, I'm telling you, this is boom or bust. This is going to be boom or bust here. Now, I do have this one here. Stoutland's leaving the building. By the way, Stoutland didn't retire because Jeff Stoutland said he's still going to coach. He's going to take some time and he's going to coach again. It's just not going to be in Philly. This, folks, this ain't a retirement. Okay? This is not a retirement. This is a guy who was pushed out the door. And get this. I'm surprised that there's not a lot of Philly people doing this. Hey, it's time for him to go. What if Stoutland goes to the Giants? If I were a football team right now and I was in the process of filling out my coaching staff, if I were the Buccaneers, I would hire him in 5 seconds. Shit, if I was the University of Miami, where he was before, I'd get on the horn and hire him. Seems like Manning is bringing in who he wants. SS. You mean Nick? How is Patullo gone? How is Stoutland gone before Patullo? Oh, yeah. By the way, Kevin Patullo is still going to be part of the offensive game plan. Jeff Stoutland's not. I feel like Andy Reid will call up Stoutland. Why not? Dude, it'd be a massive upgrade. A massive upgrade. He is so revered. Stoutland is staying in the NFL. I agree. He isn't going to college. Be real, Sills. So wait a minute. If Indiana called and offered him $5 million to coach the O-line or $3 million to coach the O-line, you're saying he wouldn't go? I don't think you're understanding, senor, the kind of price that coaches are making in college football. Here, let me give you, watch this. I'll show what coaches in college football right now are making $18 million. They're making as much as NFL head coaches. How much does let's say Alabama? How much does the Alabama O-line coach make? Chris Kalafik makes $1.3 million. I mean, how much does Jeff Stoutland make? Let's see if they publish that. How much does Stoutland make? How much does Jeff Stoutland make? I thought he'd be the highest paid coach. How much does Jeff Stoutland make a year? Stoutland was they don't really have his number here. So how much is an elite offensive line coach, NFL offensive line coach make? How much does an NFL or a college football or an NFL O-line coach make? Between 100 and 600 grand. NFL O-line coaches. Now, those are base, not the elite guys like Bill Callahan and him. I'm sure he's making $1 million. So, dude, you're hey, like I said to you, man. Okay. Let's see here. This is Howard Eskin here. Hopefully, Howard. So Howard said this. I'm probably gonna be a little later than 4:30. Got tied up with things. Awesome. We'll be waiting. We will be waiting. Okay, so Howard's going to join us a little bit after 4:30, so he'll be with us. Seals, didn't you say KP is good at designing plays, but Jalen's unwilling to run them? Yeah. That's been a forte. That's what Frank Reich told me about him. He says he's really good at designing plays. He's really good at putting plays together. He's really good at putting route trees together. But when it came to situational play calling, we never knew, and he never knew. Even Frank didn't know what he was going to be like. So, I mean, yeah, hey, it's the same price for college coaches. Could you imagine how hard this team would have played for Stoutland as head coach? Hey, just because you're a great offensive line coach, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a great head coach. And maybe Stoutland never really wanted to do that. I know that he was the interim head coach at the University of Miami. I believe after Randy Shannon got fired, or maybe it was Al Golden. I think it was maybe Al Golden that was the head coach at UM. Okay. Let's see here. Will Lane Johnson walk away from a $40 million signing bonus? Depends how hurt he is. Stoutland grew disgruntled this season when Sirianni, then offensive coordinator Kevin Petullo, incorporated new run designs down the stretch of the 25 campaign that saw the Eagles' offensive line battle injuries and deal with regression in the production on the ground. I saw that report too, Catch. That's Jeff Stoutland's fault. So they blamed the run game inefficiencies on him. That they blamed the inefficiencies of the ground game on Jeff Stoutland. Is that right? This has become a national story now. By the way, I mean, it's everywhere. You pushed, and there's no doubt Jeff Stoutland's not happy. He didn't thank the Eagles. He didn't thank Lori. He didn't thank anybody. He just said, hey, thank you, Philly, which is the coolest thing he could do, is thank the Philly fans, because you guys have been great to him. Everybody that mentions the Philadelphia Eagles mentions Jeff Stoutland. Mike Martz, great coordinator, crappy head coach. I actually know Coach very well. Now, see what this guy does. You talk about a guy who makes things up. Look at this. This is the guy that stands on an anthill and waves his hands. That's a guy who stands on a little anthill, looks up like this, with his Howie knee pads, like this. Nick's a snake. Told people this, I bet you he whispered it was Stoutland's fault to Howie. You're the one dramatizing this. Dramatizing? Okay. You must, if you think it's cool, dude, it's all right. You're an idiot. Nobody takes what you say serious anyway. You're the ultimate knee dragger. Seriously, like I said, you're like the little bird in the nest that's waiting for his worm to be fed to him. You think Mannion really held an offensive coaching meeting without Nick? Run game coordinator just got hired from Green Bay? No. Nick runs the show. Big Sales Mulata's on Radio Row, not holding back. He's pissed. Wait a minute. He laughed when he asked him how Eagle fans should feel. He was definitely upset. Well, get this. They're going to reach out to him, and they're going to tell him to shut it down. And he will shut it down. So they better put a microphone in front of him as much as they possibly can. Because as soon as his cell phone's going to start ringing, hey, dude, we need to have a conversation. We need to have a conversation here. That's right. Bob Lang incoming. I don't care what. Hey, listen, by the way, NFL football teams change all the time. Jeff Stoutland's been in a place a long time. in NFL standards. But how many? Let me see how many years Dante Scarnecchia had. Dante Scarnecchia, who I think is the greatest offensive line coach of all time. I think Bob McKintrick is also in that conversation. He was the 49ers offensive line coach. Dante Scarnecchia. What a great coach. He's 77 years old. Probably still knows more than anybody. How many years was he in New England? So he was the offensive line coach. He's got 5 Super Bowl rings. So he was a special teams coach, tight ends coach, offensive line coach. He was the offensive line coach from 2000 until 2019. Actually, he stepped away from the Patriots, came back, and then came back for another 4 years. So he was the offensive line coach for about 20 years in New England. He won 5 Super Bowls. He's in the Patriots Hall of Fame. Howard Mudd's a great one, too. Seals love Cadaldi. He speaks the truth. As do you. I gotta believe 26 will be the tell-it-all. That's right. For Hurts, Nicole Lynn, maybe looking at Dallas for his future. He's a native. I think he's from Houston. I think he's a Texan, but he's from Houston, not the Dallas area. Yeah, Yale, to me, I look for the best people. Like when I get a guest, if a guy's is really great on the air, I don't give a shit how old he is. I like entertaining. Sometimes they're young, sometimes they're older. Okay? I don't go by that because I don't really think that's a great metric. So, yeah, this is crazy. I don't know what's happening here today. This is pretty crazy great. So, yeah, Kevin Legret. Look at that. He's watching the show too. You know who Kevin Legret is? He's now the new director of business for Beasley Radio. I don't know what's going on. Scott Masteller, Kevin Legret. That's great they're watching. Love it. I would too. We may see Kevin Potato be elevated to O-line coach. Yeah. What's the next bombshell to drop? Does Vic change his mind after this? Maybe. Does AJ? Oh, I think this has got a lot to do with that. I think there's no doubt. I would say this. There's no doubt that I think the Vic Fangio story, I think has a lot to do with this Jeff Stoutland stepping away. And as I told Angelo, I believe this went down. I think that, Jeff Stoutland went to Nick Sirianni and said, hey, am I going to be the run game coordinator? And for the first time, Nick said, I don't believe you are. And then I think right there, Jeff Stoutland said, well, I'm leaving then. I don't want to coach with a 33-year-old guy. I have no interest in that. Must have blown his doors off. And he knew what potential collateral damages could be to his team, especially a unit that they have to rely on next year. So get this. The biggest problem, how many people agree? The biggest problem on the team was the O-line and the health. So you're going to change the guy out who over the years has been a guy that has answered problems and has had answers for your issues in your O-line, like when you wanted to have the revolving door at right guard. He made that happen for you. And one suspect down season where you win 11 games and you had the ninth best running attack or the ninth best rusher in pro football, you say to him, hey, look, fine. That's what you say to him? It just doesn't make sense. There's got to be something more to this. It can't be that cut and dry. Either that or Kevin Petullo, without a doubt, Kevin Petullo had no insight and didn't care what Jeff Stoutland said. Do you remember when we had Mark Trestman on? What did Mark Trestman say the most important thing? You know, I love the fact when we get our guest on that these guys try educating you. The number one thing, Mark Trestman has had, I think, 10 offensive coordinating jobs in the NFL. Okay? 10. And the first thing he does is, I got to get on the same page with my O-line coach. The most important thing I do is get on page with my O-line coach. Pass protections. And they weren't bad in pass protection a year ago. Run game, all of that. I've got to get in line with my O-line coach. The way it's being reported, he never did that. Now, is that by design by Nick? Cam Lane and Landon were all shells of themselves, even when healthy. Really? When they were healthy, they had the number 2 running attack in pro football. Mulata going off on Radio Row. We're cooked. I see it. Jordan Mulata right now is on fire in San Francisco. He is not happy. Get this. They didn't even tell the players. Stoutland just retired. They didn't even know. The way it's being reported, Jeff Stoutland must have just walked into the office and quit. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if he was told like a couple days ago. What I like about Sills is that he'll say whatever he wants. He doesn't care if it offends. I don't give a shit about that guy. Hurts messing everything up. No. I'm not putting any of this on Jalen. Jesus criminy. You change the coordinator for the guy. You think Jalen Hurts got the Jeff Stoutland fired? I don't believe that. I mean, I'll go with the passing game guy that he got him canned, but the run game guy, I'm not going there with that. You think Jalen Hurts had something to do with Jeff Stoutland being fired? I'm nowhere near that. I don't blame Jordan. Stoutland had a lot to do with his known success since becoming a football player in the league. Absolutely, too. Sasha, he made him a millionaire. Absolutely. Jordan Mailata is winning a lot of points over with his team. How is this Jalen's fault? People are reaching hard. It's not. I don't think it has anything to do with Hurts. Oh, well, the changing of, like, get this. If you're Jalen Hurts, you went 50-18 in that old system that they ran for 5 years. It was a massive success. 2 Super Bowls, 1 win. He played well in both. What are you talking about here? Hey, just because the guy is limited in his techniques and in his skill set, he still found a way to make it work. No shade on that. Seals, you were telling us to Google the name of Dante Scarnecchia weeks ago, and here we are. Yeah. Dante Scarnecchia and Alex Gibb, Howard Mudd, Dudes like that. Those are some of the greatest offensive line coaches in pro football history. Could you imagine if Parker brings Stout to Dallas? Anybody who hires Jeff Stoutland, okay, will upgrade their old line in seconds. This is just an idiotic firing. Idiotic Eagles PR keep posting tributes to Stout on social media. Like, what the F? The management is. Yeah, here, let me take a look at the Eagles and what they're doing. Yeah, they're flooding it. It's what we call flooding. They're flooding it now for a reason. An unbelievable 13 years. Thank you, Coach. Here's the Eagles statement on Jeff Stoutland. The Philadelphia Eagles, I'll tell you what, and then I'm going to read you Stoutland's. So here's the Eagles statement on Jeff Stoutland. We get this here. The limiting melodic sound on YouTube. Interesting. It's going to get worse by the end for him. He should shut his mouth. The Philadelphia Eagles thank Jeff Stoutland for his legendary contributions to the game of football at the college and professional level. Stout's influence throughout football is immense, having helped countless players reach their true potential, including many who went on to earn All-Pro honors and some who developed into Hall of Fame talent. His passion for the development of young players set the bar, not only for our organization, but for the entire National Football League. It's hard to fathom another coach investing more personal and professional time in their players than Jeff Stoutland. Our organization is deeply grateful to the Stouts' contributions to our team over the last 13 years, in addition to help deliver 3 Super Bowl trips and 2 titles to the city of Philly. He has been a champion in our community, having given much of his time and effort to the Eagles Autism Foundation and many of our team's philanthropy incentives. Although he will not be competing with us on a game day basis, he will always be a beloved member of the Eagle family. His impact on this franchise and our community is immeasurable, and it's safe to say he will always be welcome in the city of brotherly love. Wow, is that a word salad? Now let me read you Jeff Stoutland's, and then you tell me how you think it sounds. This thing's got 9.6 million views already. Philly, not Eagles. Philly. I've decided my time in coaching with Philly has ended. When I arrived here in 2013, I did not know what I was signing up for. I quickly learned what this city demands, but more importantly, what it gives back. The past 13 years have been a great privilege of my coaching career. I didn't just work here. I became one of you. Stout out. Hey, that glazed donut that the Eagles put up, they got egg on their face. Stout's going like this. Philly fans, thank you very much. Philly fans, I want to thank you for all the things you did for me and my family here. Philly fans, it was a privilege to coach in front of you. Eagles, kiss my ass. We all know Nick has an eagle. Do you think winning the Super Bowl made his ego even bigger? Now saying my way or the highway? Great coaches know when to dial it back. No, I know. Hey, dude, Jeff Stoutland. So let me ask you this. You think Jeff Stoutland walked out with Nick just going, hey, you're done? That was with Howie and Lori knowing. Everybody knew that this was coming when those two were going to collide. And Nick, of course, is going to win. He's the head coach. Can you imagine firing basically Jeff Stoutland? They fired him. They said, listen, you can coach the O-line, but you have nothing to do with the run game coordinator. Go coach the players. Or maybe what they wanted him to go is just leave. Joe Merlotta just spoke with Bob Lang. Hey, what'd they do? Shut his YouTube channel down? Kind of a low-cast response from Stoutland, considering the Eagles organization loyalty to him. Really? Loyalty? So let me ask you something. You have massive success in a Super Bowl a year. You have the 6th greatest running attack in pro football history. You deliver the second Super Bowl that you're partly responsible for, and you helped the team win the second Super Bowl and been to 3 in his time since he's been here. And you think taking his job away from him inside of 6 months, you think that's loyal? I think they took a shit on him. I'm so pissed at Lori. Sills, do you think Stout's phone is ringing off the hook? Yeah. Are you crazy? Guy like that? Let me give you a story of Tony Dungy. I think I told some of you guys this story. Howard Eskin's going to join us in a little bit. He's running a little bit late, but he's going to join us. So check this out. So I remember the day. What was the day Tony Dungy was fired? What was the day Dungy was fired? Tony Dungy. Fired. He was fired January 14th. Okay. When was he hired by the Colts? Colts hired Dungy. What day? What day? January 22nd. Okay. So January 14th. January 14th. Okay. The Monday. We come on the air. I was on WDAE in Tampa. And the news started breaking that Tony Dungy was fired. On the 15th. Okay. 16, 17, by the following Monday, Dungy had a job with the Colts. And it was being reported that they had agreed to terms by Friday. But they had been on the phone by the end of my program. The day he was fired on like the 14th, by the end of my show, word was starting to get out of Indianapolis that Jim Irsay and Tony Dungy had agreed on a deal. And that they were gonna tell everybody by the end of the week that Coach Dungy was going to become the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. Within a matter, Tony Dungy said the story on my show, and it's true. As soon as he got fired and it became public, Jim Irsay was on the phone within a matter of 15 minutes and called Tony Dungy and said, "How do we work this out? I don't want to talk to A." This is a true story. Dungy said it on my show down in Tampa. He went like this. He may have said it here as well. He goes, "I don't want to talk to agents. I don't want to talk to anybody. You tell me, how do we get this done? I don't want to hang up without you being the head coach of the Colts." They talked. They talked about life. They talked about love. They talked about family. And by the end of the conversation, the agents got on and the agents kind of worked the money out and all that and the terms of the deal. And by the end of the week, Tony Dungy was the head coach of the Colts. But that conversation, by the end of my program, we knew Dungy was going to be the coach of the Colts. It was 15 minutes after he got fired. The call came from the Colts. A guy like this, same shit. Dude, there's coaches across the country right now, college, pro. Hey, Jeff, I got a job for big jobs. How about this? Guys who have current people in the building, coaches are probably calling. Hey, Jeff, I'd be willing to fire my guy for that guy. Okay? Yeah, I'm cool with Coach. Actually, what I do agree with him, I think he missed the moment that he could have told him why he didn't vote for him, or he did vote for him. I just think that, again, I have too much respect for Coach Tony Dungy. I do. Too much. He's a man of faith. He's a great guy. There's too much. However, I think he missed the moment. Bill Polian's an asshole. Coach Dungy, I got great respect for. Oh my God, can you imagine Jeff Stoutland? Dude, I wouldn't be shocked if the Dallas Cowboys called him. I wouldn't. Becton not coming back since Stout's gone. No, why would he? And this is another great one. How does that affect Lane Johnson? I mean, how does that affect Lane wanting to come back? If you got Jordan Mailata, who's on right now and going to be the heir apparent to Lane as the leader of the offensive line, and you've got Lane, you got Mailata pissed off, what's that mean to Lane? Now, hey, listen, the money will be a factor. See, can you imagine him with the Chargers? So you would have Mike McDaniel, and you would have what? You would have Jeff Stoutland as your old line coach in Los Angeles with Justin Herbert. Whew. Man, I could see Jim Harbaugh hiring him. Not when he resigns. Seals, personally, do you think is the guy at 23 as of right now? I think it's Edge. Might be the kid from Missouri. At this pace, Jordan well, it depends if Lane retires now. If he retires, does Jeffrey, Howie, and Nick realize your shit on your shoes? Jeffrey, you and your Kim, I hear you. I hear a lot of people are aggravated right now. By the way, do you think this shrinks the Super Bowl window? Before his death, yes. Before he died, Ray and I had a great conversation. I apologized to him and he apologized to me. He did. He did. So, you know what? I can't wait. You know, we got Angelo's take earlier on the program on what he thought. And for years, Howard Eskin was on the sidelines there and obviously talking sports here. I cannot wait to do this here. I want to get his initial reaction because a lot of people are freaking out here. And there's no doubt if you read Jeff Stoutland's response in his post, he wasn't giving Ward roses to the Philadelphia Eagles on the way out the door. Maybe Howard saw this was coming, and it would be inevitable. He joins us now here. Howard, what's your takeaways on this thing here with Jeff Stoutland?
Well, they lost a good coach, obviously, in Jeff Stoutland. He obviously was not happy with what was going to be a reduced role. I think it's apparent that the Sixers gave their new offensive coordinator more responsibility and took away some of Jeff Stoutland's responsibility. But maybe one of the biggest things, it was going to be a scheme change again, and maybe Stoutland didn't really want that. He got out at the right time. He got out at the right time. That's the bottom line. He got out at the right time. It just, I don't think this is going to be a season that Eagles or their fans are going to be excited about. We haven't even gotten there yet, and they haven't even gotten all their players. But I just, there's too many changes. There's too many changes. So They lost a good coach, and I don't. Why would they take away some of his responsibility? But if they weren't going to run a scheme that he liked, and he probably talked about it because the new coach has already been talking to him, and he just said, what am I coaching for anymore?
Yeah, but how did it get here with less than? I mean, it'll be a year, February 9th. How did it get here this fast like this? That arguably, would you not agree, Jeff Stoutland probably is in the same conversation as Jim Johnson as one of the greatest coaches that the organization has ever had? How did it get here in that short a period of time to where all of a sudden you're pushing a guy like that out the door?
What do you mean? I don't understand what you say. A short period of time. First of all, you can't compare.
A year away from being one of the greatest run games in the history of the sport, to where you're demoted in your run game responsibilities, to where the guy has to quit because he can't take it anymore and he was pushed out the door.
Yeah, well, it was they had great run games before that too. Swift was a good running back for the Eagles as well. I guess there's going to be the only way, and this is the only thing I can think. Their offensive coordinator wasn't the first choice, the second choice, the third choice, the fourth choice, the fifth choice. Maybe he was the sixth choice. And maybe there was nobody left after that they really wanted. So, did he really have to leave Green Bay? Did he have to leave Green Bay? No, I don't think so. So he's taking a chance with a team where the offensive line won't be as good, which means the running game won't be as good, which means obviously the quarterback is not going to be good enough or as good. So he's taking a chance. And nobody else wanted to take that chance to be the Eagles offensive coordinator. So maybe they just gave him, hey, listen, you want to do this, you want to do this, okay. And Stoutland didn't like it. Stoutland's obviously, we all know he's an excellent coach. I mean, Jimmy Johnson is a great coach, and Stoutland's a great coach, but being a head coach is different. I think Jeff Stoutland deserves all the praise that anybody wants to give him. But it's obviously not a good situation for the Eagles. But whether Jeff Stoutland was going to stay or not, I just don't think the Eagles were going to be as good a team as they were this year. And they obviously weren't good enough this year.
But Howard, you gave the job to a guy who's been a coach for 25 months. And you're telling me that a guy that was a coach for 25 months is got enough autonomy to push a guy who's going to Canton one day and is in the same conversation as Dante Scarnecchia as one of the greatest O-line coaches of all time? I find that
he didn't push him. The Eagles pushed him. The only way that they could get him.
But why?
Because they couldn't get. I don't think they could get another offensive coordinator that was any good. So I hate to say that they settled, but they settled with a guy that was. There's nobody else. Who else was out there?
No
one.
Who
else? I mean, if Frank Reich's not going to come,
Matt Nagy. How about this? Frank Reich didn't even take the job.
Right, that's exactly right. And I don't think, and I don't know this for a fact, I don't think Matt Nagy wanted to come. He'd rather sit out a year, and obviously he doesn't have to sit out a year because he's going to go to the Giants. I don't think Matt Nagy wanted to come to the Eagles. Brian Dable didn't want to come, obviously.
No.
Okay. Tell me who else.
Mike McDaniel didn't want to come.
No, and Frank Reich didn't want to come. He's going to take the Jets job. Now, the Jets, you can only go up, but
But they don't even have a quarterback yet in New York. They don't even know who's going to quarterback. Frank would rather take that job because he told me, Howard, it was too noisy in Philly. And he said it was just too noisy, and there were changes coming, and Frank didn't want to be part of the changes that were coming because he knew Stoutland was getting shown the door here. So that leads me to this: how much do you think? Is this the organization doing this on Nick? Hey, Nick, you want to run a show? You want this to be your show? All right, Nick. You want this guy in here? Fine. You want to change the offense? Fine. We're going to find out about the quarterback, aren't we, if they're going to spread the ball around? We're going to find out in 26 if that guy can do that, right?
I think we already know about the quarterback.
We do know that, but doesn't
Okay.
this will
I think
accentuate it?
it's another built-in. I hate to say this. No, actually, I don't. I'm going to be honest. It's another built-in excuse for Jalen Hurts. I don't even know what the numbers are anymore. 7 offensive coordinators in 8 years, another scheme. What do you expect me to do? So it's another built-in excuse for the quarterback. What makes you think? I'm telling you, you didn't like Kevin Patullo, but I did. But it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault. But we're going to find out whether Jalen Hurts can handle, obviously, a more involved offensive scheme. And I'm not sure he can. I have my questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't believe he can at all. I think this is going to be the undoing of all of this.
Yep.
And I think it's like, so you won all those games with one style of play, and all of a sudden now you're going to try to evolve an offense with the guy's weaknesses as a player. I just don't. I don't see that. Now let me ask you this. So here's something else that's being reported. So Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni were basically taking over the run game, and they were taking over the run game and how the run plays were going to be called without even conferring with him. And they weren't even talking to him anymore. I have to ask you, how did he get here where that guy, he's created Hall of Fame players? You could make the argument that when you think of the Philadelphia Eagles over the last 13 years, you think of Stoutland. You don't think of anybody else. You don't think of other coaches. You think of Jeff Stoutland because you won Super Bowls by running the ball in those great O-linemen.
Maybe I hate to say that Nick Sirianni wanted a fall guy, but the running game wasn't as good. But then you look at the offensive line. That wasn't as good. Was that Stoutland's fault that Cam Jurgens wasn't as good? Was that Stoutland's fault that Lane Johnson got hurt? Was that Stoutland's fault that they lost, what was it, the right guard, and he wasn't as good? Was it Stoutland's fault? And I like Malata. I like him, but he didn't have as good a year either.
By the way, he's going off on Media Row right now saying how much of a BS move this is.
That's good. That's
very un-Eagle-ish right now that, you got a player right now venting his frustrations.
He made him a player. He was a rugby player who knew nothing about how to play the offensive line. And Jeff Stoutland made him an all-pro player. But, well, I say all-pro, but what does all-pro mean anymore? All-pro's a joke when you look at that flag football nonsense. It's just quarterbacks that threw 100 interceptions and 3 touchdowns were because nobody else wanted to go. It was a complete joke. But he made him a really, really good player. And that's kind of that's why I'm sure he's upset. He made him a really good player. He pushed him, he taught him, and he can develop players like that. Jeff Stoutland as we all know, is a very good coach, and he didn't get bad in 1 year, but they wanted to make changes. I guess they made changes, and he wasn't happy with the changes. And did he really need? Again, I kind of think if he takes a year off, I think he might coach again somewhere. Maybe consult somewhere.
Do you think this exposes Jalen Hurts even more?
Well, yeah, because now you're changing something. He couldn't handle the offense last year. You think by changing the offense, he's going to be a better quarterback? No.
I don't understand what they're doing, man. Do they want him out? Why would you not coach a kid to his skill?
Wait a minute. Do you want Jalen Hurts out?
Yeah.
No. They'll make a
decision.
Then
why are they not coaching him to his skill?
Well, wait a minute. You can't say you'd want him out. You don't want to have a failed season. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if the Eagles, this fan base, will go ballistic? If the Eagles they play 7. If they win 9 games, they'll go ballistic because they won't finish in first place. And I'm going to make this prediction now. And I know you're going to put it out there and have people that bust my balls and all that kind of nonsense. So I don't think the Eagles are going to win the division this year.
I think they'll be lucky. I think they'll be lucky to win 7 games.
Well, no, 7 games. I mean, come on.
What's the difference between 7 and 9 games? A fumble
and a blocked field goal.
Correct.
Yeah, right. And a blocked field goal. If they only win 7 games, that means they won't make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs.
That's what Angelo just said.
Yeah, if they don't make the playoffs, they're talking about building a new stadium, and that's really for more seat license money. But they won't have to worry about building it. They'll have to worry about erecting the one they already have as the fans tear it down.
Yeah. All right. How about this one here? How does this affect Lane Johnson with Jeff Stoutland retiring or leaving or quitting or whatever? How does this affect? How does this affect Lane?
He loved him too. I think Lane. What do you do? Lane wasn't prepared to retire. And, when players aren't prepared, they want to give it probably another shot. Lane's always talked about playing 2 or 3 more years. Now, I don't think there was any way he was going to play 3 years. And he's had some injuries the last couple of years. But I think he will think long and hard. But I don't think he's prepared to go out, because I think all along he thought he was going to play at least another year. So, but he's not going to be happy. But, players get over it. They got to play. And the players are the ones that make the plays or don't make the plays. But if the coaching, but it's easy to have a coaching criticism when you make, there's multiple changes, not just 2 changes on offense. It's got to be the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach. There's probably going to be somebody else.
Well, no, they got a passing game coordinator too. Josh Grizzard's now.
Oh, yeah, right. That's right. Where did he come from? Tampa? I think
He got fired from Tampa for that train wreck down there.
Yeah. So,
hey, Howard, you know how this all goes away? Your wife or your girlfriend remind you every Tuesday on direct deposit day. It reminds you every Tuesday. Hey, listen, I know you love Jeff and all, but check your account. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Well, the worst thing that could happen now, and Vic Fangio is not thinking about retirement because of the situation. He's thinking about retirement because he has. The last couple of years, he always wonders whether he's going to come back.
So wait a minute. You don't think that played into that Jeff Stoutland, him quitting and not wanting to be part of the organization for the moves that they're making, that Vic Fangio didn't do this? Stoutland's not in the building now on that other side. They're going to have all those frat boys over there on that side. I mean, it's like a frat house over there now with all the youth that you got. Well, but I'm going to sit here and now I'm going to be the only old guy in the building.
Well, I don't think he thinks of himself as old. He thinks of himself coaching. And it was always the defense that really was what won for this team. You can talk about the offense and you can talk about Saquon Barkley, but the defense was tremendous. And Vic Fangio obviously was a tremendous part of that. Now, I think he's at a point in his life. He probably wants to enjoy. Think about how long he's coached.
67 years old. He's coached 40 years.
So he started in his 30s.
Yeah. He started with the Stars.
Yeah, that's where I got to know him, with the Stars. Yeah, with the USFL. So, there's a point where you say there's a lot of work. It's more than just the 6 or 7 months of the season camp. It's more than that. And, maybe he just wants to enjoy life. He doesn't need any more money, although people, when they make that kind of make that kind of money, want to make more. But I don't think Nick's one of those, or Vic's one of those guys that wants to make more money. He's got enough to enjoy his life. And I don't know if he can't quit now. Can he? Can he quit now?
I want to show you this, Howard. Somebody sent me this. I got to show you this because this is Vic Fangio's first job. And he recruited me, by the way. And this is Milford Academy. And this is in Connecticut. And he was the defensive coordinator. These guys sent me this jersey because I was going to go to Milford Academy out of Catholic High. before I went to college because I had to get my grades up, but they ended up getting me in anyway, of course, because they figured it out. I'm not going to
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. At Miami, they had to worry about your grades? Do they
Well,
really care about grades?
no, not after I
After
got in, they didn't. Not after. Once I got in, it was all good. I had to get into the place because of the 19% like acceptance rate. So I had to get in. Remember, getting into college when you're a player, that's the deal. Staying in, whatever. And girls taking exams for you, writing them on your hand, all that. It's all good. You know what? How I got my degree? I painted a fence. I couldn't pass statistics. I went to the guy and I told him, I go, hey, listen, man, I've been in your class and, I don't really go to class. I did the blue book and all this and all that. I could not pass statistics.
I can't believe you could paint a fence for a good grade.
So wait, I had to, or I wouldn't play in the Fiesta Bowl or in the Orange Bowl. I had to do it twice, actually. So
was that the Fiesta Bowl in what, 93? 93?
87. 87.
Oh, 87.
So he goes like this to me. The guy goes, come over to my house. I go, listen, I'm not doing anything stupid here. You're painting a fence. I'm like, what? Sure enough, I said, all right, I'll paint a fence for an hour or so. So I go over there. This guy had a horse ranch. And I'm doing this, Howard. I'm painting a ranch. And I had to paint both sides. Took me 2 days. Gave me a C. I'm like, you're kidding me. I'm out there in the Florida weather anyway. All right, well, here's a positive. Let Dan Sileo be positive for once here. So how does this affect AJ? If they're going to throw the ball around, don't you, if you're AJ, go like this? Wait a minute.
He did that last year.
They didn't throw the ball around last year.
No, but he complained last year. So there'll be some.
Doesn't this move getting away from Stoutland mean that they may want to throw the ball more? Doesn't this look like this? They want to throw the ball more?
Not with this quarterback.
Why is that?
Well, because he's afraid to turn the ball over, and they don't want him to turn the ball over. So, there's so actually it's a good thing. Less turn. They win games by being on the plus side of turnovers. So less turnovers. So the less passes, the less turnovers. That's the way they've operated this offense with Jalen Hurts. Less passes, less turnovers. And I don't think they're going to open up the offense. They might do some different things, but with Saquon Barkley, they're going to open up the offense? I don't think so.
Why'd you get rid of Jeff Stoutland then?
There had to be some internal things, and I don't think it was him and Nick. I just think he wasn't happy with the fact that they were going to start changing things. It's just, listen, Nick is still a good coach. Now,
it's not what Angelo just said.
Well, Angelo has ripped him he's ripped him for 20 years and he didn't even know him for 20 years. So he probably ripped him before he was born. Just give me a break. With
just to not start anything here, but he said when he got off the air, I think it was at the top of the hour, he said that the intelligent part of the program just ended when he threw you.
That's all right. That doesn't bother me. It's just.
I said I value his opinion. I love talking sports with him, and he's
but whatever. I'm not going to get into. This is not a session to rip Angelo because it'd be too easy. So I'm not going to do that.
How does AJ stay because of this, or do you think that doesn't really matter?
You can tell him what he wants, but it's not like you have Joe Burrow at quarterback. It's not like you have Josh Allen at quarterback. It's not like you have Matthew Stafford at quarterback. I'm not going to say Dak Prescott. I'm not going to go there because that would really piss people off.
He is a better passer in the pocket than Jalen Hurts will ever.
Oh yeah, clearly. But in the pocket for sure.
In the pocket.
Yeah. But he's still got to get somebody to throw him the ball and see when he's open. So you can run all these different.
You think AJ's problems are not with the offense; it's with the quarterback.
Yes.
You're one of the only people in Philly that's saying this. Most people are saying that AJ hates the offense, not the quarterback.
Well, he hates the
not hate him personally, but not hate him personally.
He doesn't like the offense, but when he's wide open, I'm never, well, I don't forget a lot of things.
Brian Dable said A.J. Brown was wide open the whole time they were watching on film.
Okay.
He was the head coach of the Giants.
I don't watch the tape, or it's not even tape anymore.
22.
It's electronic. Yeah, right. Okay. No, I mean the coaches
Okay.
tape. Okay. So they see when a guy's open, and AJ will see when he's open. But I saw one play, I was standing there, and he was pissed, and I got reamed out for reporting what I saw, which was not a knock on AJ. It was a third down. He was wide open, and it was an incomplete pass. Well, actually, whatever it was, incomplete or a sack or whatever. And AJ was wide open. He came over to the sidelines, and threw his helmet down and sat down. He stayed by himself, so he didn't bother anybody. To his credit, which I made a point. To his credit, he didn't go up to the quarterback and say, "Hey, man, I was wide open," or didn't go up to anybody else and say, "What the hell is going on?" But there was a question about why he was upset, and I saw why he was upset because I was standing there, and I saw he was wide open. How many times, if I saw that one time, you think that was the only time?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, all right. So,
do you believe that this year will be the end of Jalen Hurts 26? I do.
That's a tough question. They got to get a quarterback to get, for this to be the last year, they've got to get a quarterback. So is that easy where they pick in the draft?
Well, wait a minute. I'm watching something in Seattle right now where I watched a guy who was fired 5 times who makes $30 million a year, $37 million, get to the Super Bowl with a quarterback who's okay, not elite. He's a really good player. So to me, Howard, I think what Sam Darnold has done, it makes me go like this. Howie Roseman gets all the roses for the way he builds the roster. You're telling me I could get to a Super Bowl with a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo and Sam Darnold, and I don't need an elite guy? I mean, Jalen Hurts is not elite. Jalen Hurts is a good player. He's like the rest of those guys. He's just got an elite roster. And last year when the roster wasn't elite, Howard, we saw it against the 49ers. They got beat by a JV team.
Well, I don't know what quarterback's out there. And the comment I made is it's not Jalen Hurts last year with the Eagles if they haven't found a quarterback yet. So here would be the thing. They pick up a quarterback, and they'll pick up a quarterback. And they always do. And you hope you get lucky with somebody because they'll probably trade Tanner McKee because he's going to want a bigger contract, and they're not prepared to do that. So they'll probably trade him. And you got to find another quarterback before you get rid of this quarterback. Now, they'll try to find another quarterback, and just because they always do, because you got to have somebody else just in case he's got 2 bad years in a row. So I can't say that this is his last year if they don't find a quarterback. Will he get much better? I mean, how many years do we have to wait for him to get much better?
Would you take Baker Mayfield over him?
Yes.
Baker's going to be a free agent next year.
Yeah, I don't know what he would get. Baker's a tough guy, and he's smart, and he's just,
He's making 30 right now.
Yeah, I don't know what he would get, but the question is, would I take Baker Mayfield? Yeah, because I think he can do more things with the offense. Is he as athletic? No. But can he do more things if you change the system? Yeah, he's a free agent after this year or after next year?
After next year.
Oh, okay. Well, then you got to.
Well, they're going to go into this year anyway with him. I mean, if I'm Baker, if the Buccaneers don't give me $50 million and they want to just go in and kick the can down the road and allow me to go in to being a free agent and play out that last year, which I think they're going to do anyway, I don't know, man. I might want to get on that open market and see what the Eagles and some other teams like Minnesota have to say, because there's going to be teams out there that are going to be looking for a quarterback. And if I'm Baker, I may want to go out there and test myself and see what the market says.
Boy, Minnesota, that's another story. I mean, I don't know that they're done with McCarthy yet, but whatever the case may be.
Oh, boy, that would be a tragic mistake if they don't think they're done with that guy.
Well, sometimes it takes a time.
You're right. It does. It does. But, man.
Okay. You know what? You don't develop like Bo Nix developed. I think Jackson Dart next year with new coaches will develop. New York Giants NFC East champs next year.
Would you put Kirk Cousins in that offense right now as a stopgap guy?
Would I put who?
Kirk Cousins in that Eagle offense right now as a stopgap until you found a guy.
No. I mean, he's not.
Hurts will never be anywhere near what Cousins is in the pocket, in his life.
Yeah, but you're not going to win with Cousins. This team is under pressure because of this city and because of these fans. Milton Williams said there? What did he say? I forget what he said.
Oh no, Milton Williams said the difference between Patriot fans is they don't want to get in trouble. I'm paraphrasing. And he said Eagle fans don't give a shit.
Yeah, right. Which is the truth, actually. Which is the truth. So I'm telling you, you've got to have a successful season, and if it's not, all hell will break loose. And I don't know that the new offensive coordinator is going to get that done. And there's other elements of the team. Remember, it comes down to players.
What's the owner thinking right now, in your opinion? You know the guy. What's he seeing? What's he thinking right now? Because he's the one that shuffles the deck, and he's the one that puts the cards on the table for everyone to play. What's he thinking? He's
thinking the quarterback's got to get better. I don't think there's any question. He's thinking the quarterback's got to get better.
That's why the changes have been made. Is that this is why he has to get better.
Well, the changes were made because Kevin Petula couldn't be back next year as the offensive coordinator. And the reason he couldn't is because the fans, they pay too much attention to some of these nitwits. Because, when you get a guy, when you get his kids being ripped in school, and that's disgusting. And people egging his house, that's disgusting. So he couldn't, and he knew it. And I'm telling you, it wasn't his fault. But so they had to make a change. And nobody wanted, I'll say apparently, but from what I understand, nobody really, or many people did not want to come here. If Frank Reich doesn't want to come to be the coordinator for his buddy and help him out, that's got to speak volumes, doesn't it? To go to a team without a quarterback. Got to speak volumes.
I want to ask you this question that I asked Angelo.
Who?
I asked Angelo.
Angelo who?
I asked Angelo this question. I want to ask you. So Robert Kraft has been to 11 Super Bowls now with 3 different regimes. Okay, Parcells and Bledsoe and Brady and Belichick and now Vrabel and May.
Did Bledsoe didn't?
Yeah, he did. Bledsoe and Parcells went to the Super Bowl when
then Brady came in on that game.
No.
Win that Super Bowl.
This was when Parcells was the head coach.
Yeah.
And Belichick was the assistant. And so they had Bledsoe and Parcells, and then Brady. No. What you're thinking is that Bledsoe won the AFC Championship game because Brady got hurt in a divisional round, and then they put Brady back in for the Super Bowl that year, I believe against the Rams.
Whatever it was like a minute and something left or it was late in the game, I think, right? Because he got hurt.
He got hurt, right? And so,
right.
Okay. My question is, what makes Robert Kraft a better owner than Jeffrey Lurie? He's been to 11 Super Bowls. This is 11th. He's won 6. He's got 11 AFC championships. I think the Philadelphia Eagles have left a couple Super Bowls on the table with the way they manage the team sometimes with stuff like this that's going on.
Okay. So who were the quarterbacks for those Super Bowls? Bledsoe?
Okay. You had Bledsoe and Parcells. That was the coach. You had Brady and
Did Bledsoe and Parcells win the Super Bowl with the Patriots?
They got beat. They got beat by the Packers.
Okay. So they didn't win a Super Bowl. So
but they got there. I'm talking about 3 teams.
Okay.
3 different guys that got there. What makes him a better owner? Figure this out, Howard. Since 1994, I think Jeffrey bought the team in 95. Since 94, he's been to 37% of the Super Bowls, the Patriots. That's like every 2 years, every 3 years, the Patriots have been in that game. Why is that? Why is he a better owner than Jeffrey Lurie?
I don't know that he's a better owner. I don't know that he's a better owner. I just know that they had a Hall of Fame coach in Bill Parcells.
Yep.
They had a Hall of Fame quarterback, whether he gets voted in on the first ballot or not. I think just to make a statement, Brady should not get in on the first ballot so we can hear all this whining.
But then Andy Reid shouldn't either.
Why not?
Why would Andy Reid? Andy Reid doesn't have the resume Belichick does.
He didn't cheat.
Okay. Well, again.
Okay, he didn't cheat.
Okay, so wait a minute. Brady did in Deflategate. That had nothing to do with Bill.
Well, Bill was the head coach.
So so Brady's back there fishing around with his buddy. They're fixing the footballs. That's on Bill?
Yeah, well, Belichick cheated with the whatever you call it.
Spygate.
The Spygate. So he cheated with that. So they both cheated. And they both knew each other were cheating. So they both knew each other were cheating.
So you think it was justified they didn't go in?
Yeah, they're going to get in. What's the big deal? You don't get in on the first ballot. Like, who cares? Really, who cares? And owners don't get in there that quickly anyway.
I personally don't think owners should be in.
Probably not. The owners that are in are probably George Halas, right? But he was a coach too. If I can't remember back. Okay. So, and Jerry Jones, because he buys his way in. But what other owners are in there?
Wellington Mara's in.
Oh yeah, well, it's just, you got to go way back. Got to go way back.
Well, Bert Bell's in.
Bert Bell. Well, but Bert Bell kind of was the beginning of the NFL. Come on, it was in for.
I'm just giving you good.
Okay.
Owners, guys that have gone in.
But but Kraft not getting in on the first ballot is not a big deal. And Belichick not getting in on the first ballot, I don't think is a big deal, because you got to penalize him a little bit for cheating. You got to penalize, and that's not a penalty. Without Tom Brady, he's got a losing record. And I don't want to hear about assistant coaches, and he won 2 other Super Bowls.
Lombardi wasn't a first ballot. So you keep this.
Okay. All right. So, keep it in perspective. And Lombardi was one of the greatest coaches there was. And it's just, but that's not even an owner. That's a coach. No, I don't know that Jeffrey Lurie spends, Robert Kraft spends, you have a cap, but there's other things to make the players comfortable. I mean, a little thing. The Eagles wanted their players to be healthy. So I know at one point, I don't know how many years ago, Jeffrey Lurie approved organic foods for the team that cost like $400,000 more a year to buy organic foods. So he would spend the money. It's not like he doesn't want to spend the money. And
by the way, I don't think he's a bad owner. I want you to know that.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think he is.
No, I think he's a good owner, because he'll do, does he, say yes or no on some decisions? It would, if it wasn't for him, I don't think Nick Sirianni would have been the coach. I think it would have been Josh McDaniel, which is an awful head coach. And so good
Great
assistant.
Great
yeah, right.
Yeah,
good assistant. That was Buddy Ryan. Good assistant, but a bad head coach. So I think Jeffrey Lurie, he got in a decision about kicker. And when that kicker was a stiff, it was a guy who was with Dallas that came to the Eagles. I forget. He's a coach with Dallas now. And then he stopped. So, he says, hey, listen, why? Yes. And you lay it out for him. And he says, and he trusts his people, he says, yes. Not all the decisions are good ones, but I think Jeffrey Lurie is a good owner. But, Robert Kraft, come on. Robert Kraft had Bill Parcells. He had Tom Brady. And he was in a weak division. Those teams sucked for years.
Still picking good people, though. I mean, Vrabel looks like a great hire, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he was. And he's,
now,
he's
I will
part of
say
the family.
this about Jeffrey. He since he's owned the team, And I've made this point to you since 2000. They've never had a losing record coach, and that includes Chip Kelly. So, I mean, he does make tremendous hires as the head coach. I just think sometimes their process gets in their own way.
Well, the thing about you're taking basically a quarterback coach as a head coach who eventually will be one of the top 3 coaches all time in football, and Andy Reid might be the best all time.
He might have the all time. He might pass Shula.
Yeah. And he was a quarterback coach for the Green Bay Packers.
For Holmgren.
And I think they ended up losing that Super Bowl before he came here. It was in San Diego. I remember being there and actually talking to him. Ray Rhodes said, "Yeah, go talk to Andy Reid." I said, "Who?" I said, "Andy Reid." And Andy was sitting at the table by himself for the news conference at the Super Bowl. He remembers it. I'm here reading the USA Today, and which nobody reads in newspapers anymore. It's sadly enough.
Washington Post going out.
What's that?
Washington Post sports section. You see that? They're 86.
Oh yeah, the Washington Post sports section. Yeah, it's kind of sad.
That's where Wilbon and Kornheiser. That's where those guys came out of. Everybody in your city came out of the Inquirer, and now all of a sudden these newspapers now.
Okay, I'm going to make a political statement.
Social media just destroying.
I'm going to make a political statement on your show.
Oh my. Okay.
Okay, and you may not be in favor of it. Jeff Bezos pays $40 million for a movie that is the worst movie in the history of cinema.
That's
the worst
movie.
It was the worst piece of crap, Melania. So he gives her $40 million. Melania. So he gives her $40 million for garbage, so he can get, government contracts is really allegedly what it's all about. And then he cuts his staff after he gives Melania $40 million for the worst movie in the history of movies. Total friggin', I don't want to say the other word.
Hey, we cut this. He's cutting the sports section from the Post. It's supposed to save the Washington Post. Don't you get it? I mean, all those sports guys now.
Well, wait a minute. Then take some of that. Take some of it. Take all that $40 million. So people don't have to be conned into, this was a great box office hit. It was fucking garbage, all right?
Wait a minute. The president said it was one of the greatest movies of all.
All of a sudden, he's a movie critic.
Yeah. He's the same guy that told him.
You know what? I love the trailer. How stupid is that trailer where he asked her during the election, "You watching the election?" "No, I'm not watching it." You put it in the trailer. I'm not watching the election results.
Oh my God.
I'll watch it later.
I saw the clip to this shit and I was like,
I apologize. I don't like to use that 4-letter word, but that was more than 4 letters because I had an extra 3 letters on the show, but I couldn't hold myself back. That is but I'm pissed at him. I mean, listen, I buy stuff from Amazon because it's convenient and it's good, and I get all that. And
he's made by the Seahawks, by the way. He's one of the names that are in line to buy.
That's all right. He's trying to buy, but we'll see if they approve him or not. But because you got to get approval, and there'll be other people that want to buy the Seahawks too. But the thing is, really, I'm just so sad when people lay off people. In a business, and I know the newspaper business is not all these papers are going to go nonprofit. I don't know how you get away with nonprofit when you're trying to make a profit, but whatever the case, I don't understand all that. But he lays off all these people and he wastes 40. Well, the movie cost, I guess, 75, 40 million on one of Epstein's friends.
Oh my! Hey, by the way, did you hear the names? Josh Harris's name's in that thing and the emails.
For like 400 emails. Yeah,
Josh Harris's name.
And then one time, I think one of the reports allegedly has him going to the island.
Yeah, Josh Harris's name.
Well, I'll give you a little tidbit here. The Sixers celebrated the 2000-2001 Eastern Conference champions, not the NBA champions. The other 25-year anniversary the other night. The other managing partner who has an equal share in a guy named David Blitzer, who's a really good guy, was there. Josh Harris was not there. It was right after the report came out about the Epstein files. Do you think there was a reason that he wasn't there?
Nah, probably not.
Yeah.
Did you like Pat Croce?
What's that?
Did you like Pat Croce? Did you like him?
Yeah, I used to work out with those guys when he used to work out the players.
He's
His
down in
place.
the Keys now.
Yeah, I know. He's got a bunch of places, but he's living in the Keys. Yeah. Yeah, I used to work out with the players when his place was maybe 15 minutes from my house. So I used to go out and work out with the players in the morning. So, and he used to kick their ass.
All right, finally here. So hold on, everyone.
Everything I said was allegedly, by the way.
Very nicely done, as the pro you are. So on this day, February 5th, you are saying the Philadelphia Eagles will have a down year. The quarterback's a stiff.
I didn't say he was a stiff. That's your words.
Oh, sorry.
I don't think he can't win it by himself. And sometimes quarterbacks have to win it by him. How many teams get to and win a Super Bowl without a good quarterback, especially win Brad Johnson won one. He was a good quarterback. Jeff Hostetler, but yeah, their defense was so amazing.
Yes, but I don't believe you have to have an elite quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
I do.
We just
in most cases.
Okay, what Nick Foles was an elite.
He was for that game.
Okay, but that's not an elite guy.
But he was for that game. Do you think Jalen Hurts could ever have a game like that?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I thought his first Super Bowl. I thought the second one was a gift from heaven. I thought the first one he was really good in. I did.
He wasn't Nick Foles-ish.
He had 70 yards and 350 yards passing. I mean, that's getting it. That's 400 yards in offense. I don't know what you wanted.
The Eagles, Nick Foles, I think, had 500 yards in offense.
Nick Foles showed up as a substitute teacher and had a really good day teaching.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, he had a pass where he...
All right, let's put it this way. In 90% of the Super Bowls, don't you need an elite quarterback?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well...
Yes. The answer is yes. Come on.
Depends on what you think elite is. Okay, do you think Sam Darnold's elite?
Right now, he's playing as an elite quarterback. Do I think he's elite? He's got to do it a few more years, but he's really playing well.
Howard, how about this? If he wins this game, he's 32-8 over. He would have won 32 of 40 ball games, an NFC title, a Super Bowl, would have thrown for over 8,600 yards in 2 years and over 65 touchdowns in 2 years. I don't know, man. I mean, to me, that's more of an indictment on the organizations failing him than it really is.
I think so. You have to be. And sometimes a quarterback, a light goes off. And sometimes, but the quarterback's got to have him in it. It's very few USC quarterbacks that have been great quarterbacks in the NFL.
He's the only guy ever to start in a Super Bowl.
Carson Palmer was, but not for a lot of years. USC quarterbacks. Sanchez was good, but not good enough.
No. They know USC quarterbacks. I mean, as you know, and for me growing up, the true stars on those programs were the O-line, the running backs, and the defensive players like Seau. But they weren't really the quarterbacks. I mean, Matt Leinart stunk.
Yes, he did.
They never really had anybody. So what do you got coming up on the shows, man? You've had some spectacular guests. By the way, great job on that, John. Hey, what did you take away from that John Harbaugh interview? What was your biggest takeaway with him?
He was relaxed.
By the way, folks, he had John Harbaugh on, so make sure you guys check that out. What did you take away from that?
He made a point that to win the division, you gotta coach your team and do things to beat the Eagles. He threw the Commanders in there at the end, but to beat the Eagles, he's not going to worry about the New York media because he's been coaching enough. Not going to worry about the fans. And as he said, the guy sending him a notice on or a comment on social media, a guy from his basement sending a note on social media. That's what he said. I'm not going to pay attention to a guy sending messages out from his basement. So he was good. I mean, he was that's why I try to treat those things as conversations and not interviews.
But I heard you used to get aggravated when some guy named Stan from King of Prussia would call your ass.
There was no staff. I didn't get aggravated. I called him a dope or I hung up on him. It's just, fans aren't the coach.
No.
But Harbaugh was very comfortable, very conversational. I can't believe how many. It's like 30 news organizations picked up quotes from that because John was just.
I watched it.
He was really good, and that's who John is, and I've known him for well over 25 years. So. No, he was great. And, and I had John Calipari on last night. He was great too. He's got an issue with all the wrong things with the portal and transfers and NIL. He doesn't have a problem with players making money, and he coached Tyrese Maxey at Kentucky. So we talked about that a little bit. I
have one last thing I have to ask you. Yesterday,
actually, he coached a lot of players, but Tyrese Maxey plays for the Sixers. So
yeah, when he was at UMass, he was spectacular up there.
Yes, he was.
He coached Marcus Camby up there, and that thing was really great. Yesterday was the 8th anniversary of the Eagles winning their first Super Bowl.
Yep.
Just curious, for you that born and raised, lived there, talked sports your whole life, what did that day mean to you? What did you think when all of a sudden, the thoughts were it was never going to happen, and it happened. And it happened against, and that style of happening against Brady and Belichick. What'd you think? What were your take? What did you take away from that night 8 years ago?
I'll give you some personal insight. I didn't have time during the game to get caught up in the emotion of it because there were so many things going on, and I really do pay attention to what's going on. A sideline reporter should not just be a figurehead, should bring information to the broadcast and not just the injuries, which they give you anyway. So there's other insights to it. So, and I always try to do that. But during that game, I was so caught up in in everything that went on. And then after the strip sack by Brandon Graham. Yeah, by Brandon Graham. I said, they're going to win the Super Bowl. And I got caught up emotionally. I really did. It's my job to do my job and not let emotion play into it, which a lot of sports people do nowadays. And not the emotion, they just kiss ass.
Yeah, but how do you not get choked up? A guy like you it's just been your life.
I was with about I'm saying about a minute left. They're going to win the Super Bowl. They're going to win the Super Bowl. And, I saw when I was a little kid, I saw the championship, the 60 Eagles team. Still have my ticket. I don't know how I kept the ticket. 60 they beat Vince Lombardi, his only playoff loss in his career. The 60 championship Eagles with great players. But that was so much because it was such an intense action. And even Doug Peterson, and I put those, and I had him on a few weeks ago. We talked about, everybody remembers the Philly special. Oh, the Philly special. That was before the half, in the first half. Yeah. I said, Doug, eliminate and it was a great trick play. But eliminate that. What was the biggest play? And I'll never forget this play. 4th and 1, there was a pass to Zach Ertz, and they got 2 yards on the play. That was a drive that gave them the lead. And if they didn't, and Doug pointed this out, Doug Peterson, if they didn't get the first down, it was a short field for New England. They already had gotten the lead, and that was big. And then on that drive, Zach Ertz scored the touchdown. There's so many things in that game, but that was and I'm lined up with where that play was, and I'll never, ever forget it. And yes, yesterday was the February 4th, 2018, was the 8-year anniversary of the greatest Super Bowl in Eagles history. Hey, listen, all Super Bowls are great, but there was nothing like that. Nothing will ever compare in Eagles history to that Super Bowl. And that was everything. And the locker room was great, the great chemistry, not a lot of whining and bitching like players do. They all kind of hung together and played together. And it was the best chemistry I've ever seen in a locker room in all the years I've covered in the Eagles locker room in all the years I've covered the Eagles.
And it was also the 61st birthday of Jerome Brown. on February 4th. Jerome was born on February 4th, so I thought it was.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah,
it was kind of appropriate that I
about
mean,
that.
things were meant to be, that he was meant to be an Eagle, and Norman Brayman knew him years ago when he used to come over from the Cadillac dealership. We all knew he would become an Eagle, and on the day you guys had the greatest moment, one of the greatest Eagles of all time was born on that day. And he loved being an Eagle. I know that because I mean, he was one of my best friends.
Yeah, and I got along with him great too. He was a great guy because I knew him
when he had a personality like Charles Barkley.
Yep. And I knew him when he was at the University of Miami, which was nice. And then when he came to Philadelphia, I knew this guy from before. So, yeah, it was. I didn't realize it was his birthday, but that Super Bowl, I will never, ever, ever forget. That Super Bowl trophy behind me is from that Super Bowl. And they all look the same, but that's from that Super Bowl.
That's phenomenal. Howard, it is always great. Thank you so much again. I mean, I don't know, man. One day I got to get you and Cataldi on at the same time. That would be a hoot. Is to watch you two guys.
You know what? I'm going to tell you. I challenged him. You got to get us in the same room.
Okay.
I challenged him, and we would have sold out. I had the promoter that did boxing. It was a Johan Promotions, and I wanted to box him at the Spectrum, a boxing match. And I know we would have sold it out. It's a Spectrum. It was before the building they have now. And I challenged him, and he became the word begins with a P.
Oh my God, Howard, I love you very much. Shalom, my friend. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you very much. Make sure you guys check out my good friends.
By the way, last night was my
Wednesday night?
Yeah, Wednesday nights at 7:30 and Saturday mornings at 8 Eastern time. Last night was my 1-year anniversary of doing the podcast.
How do you like it?
I have fun doing them. It's work getting all the things, the moving parts and the guests, and it's not the easiest thing in the world, but I enjoy it because
it reminds me of old school radio. It reminds me where the guardrails aren't up as like
the thing is, it's a conversation on radio. When they have a guest on, it's like 10, 11 minutes.
Yeah.
You have a list of questions. Boom, 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 boom. You don't follow up on everything.
Yeah.
You don't always have a lot of fun with guys, but I always try to have fun with guys. So it's
Saturday too, right? You're gonna do
Saturday at 8 a.m. Yep.
All right. Howard, thank you so much, my friend. That was a great interview. By the way, make sure you check out that John Harbaugh interview. Like he said, it's gone viral. Some of the sound clips that came out of that thing.
It's
just blown up like a crazy man. Howard, thank you, my friend.
All right. You have a great day. And even Angelo, have a bad day tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you, man. I appreciate both these guys, man. Absolutely. Make sure you check that out. All right. I believe we're going to get Big Z on here. Let me pay some bills here first. Our great friends at Morgan & Morgan, the #1 injury law firm in all of America for a reason. With over $30 billion recovered, Morgan & Morgan wins. They are the #1 injury law firm. And by the way, they are family-run, family-owned. Ultima and John Morgan started this company 25 plus years ago for a reason. John Morgan's brother was hurt on the job, and it became a mission for them to make sure that they defend families like yours. Go to forthepeople.com/Big Sills or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/Big Sills or pound law 529. I believe we're going to talk to Xander when we come back out of the timeout. Keep it here and keep it right here. We'll see you.
There's a reason Detective Johnson is the gossip king.
Oh, did you hear? Jackie and Tom
are getting a divorce? Sad.
Well, I heard that Ashley
had work done on her face? Yeah, oof.
Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. Injured? With over $25 billion recovered for our clients, there's a reason to go big.
Bathroom? Okay.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Oh, okay.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica, who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome to the Jet Setters and the High Rollers, to the Shot Takers and the Tastemakers. Welcome to the Viewfinders, the Thrill Seekers, and the Night Owls. Welcome to everything you could possibly want on one 5-mile island. Welcome to the Wildwoods. Book your stay today.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
Your gut says Miami is going to win, and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Like zero buzz for this Super Bowl, no? Look, there's going to be about 130 million people watch this bad puppy on Sunday, but I don't know, man. Maybe it's because it's in the Pacific Northwest. You got Seattle, right? And then you got the Patriots that are kind of new. And maybe people aren't jacked up about seeing that team back in the Super Bowl again. I mean, right? Should have just promoted Stout to OC. I don't think he's ever been an offensive coordinator, like in his entire coaching career. I don't think he has. All right. Guys had a great conversation today on Birds 365. By the way, let me see here real quick before we get Big Z in here. Let's see here. Anybody drop a nugget in here? I think somebody may have. Yeah, here. There we go. Much respect for Howard. And we know Jalen didn't play good, but to say Patullo wasn't the problem. Come on. These guys had no feel for the game. True. I agree. Absolutely. All right. Nick, we're going to get to you here in a minute because I want to get to Xander and I want to get to Big Z's thoughts here. So let's do that next. Without further ado, we bring our boy in. Big Z, Xander Krause joins us now. Boy, it's been a wild one for 24 hours, has it not?
It has. Right when your show ended yesterday, eruption unfolded in Eagle Land.
By the way, great job on the breaking news, too. That thing blew up like a dog.
Yeah, it was good. Good show, by the way. I was in the car most of the afternoon, but I did catch your interview with Angelo, and I caught most of your interview with Howard. You know, it's funny that I feel as though what's happened in the last 24 hours has almost triggered something in me. And Angelo surmised it pretty well. You know, I know a lot of people think of Angelo, you know, and he does always have a take, and that's part of his shtick. But a lot of what he said was really true about surrounding this team with a bunch of inefficient or at least inexperienced coaches, and you really boot out the one guy on offense who really truly did have that leg to stand on. And I think I've been a Nick Sirianni defender. Would you call me a Nick Sirianni? For the most, I don't think I'm a glazer, but I tried to defend him.
Not a glazer, but you've given him his proper.
But you know what this made me realize? That Nick has all the control now, and I don't trust him. I don't trust him. So if I don't trust him in this moment where you get rid of Stout, and hey, you know, I can also explain very simply why he's doing this, and we'll get to that. But I don't trust him. I trusted it more when there was structure. I trusted it more when Jeff Stoutland is managing it. I trust it more when Vic Fangio's there. I trust it more when Lane Johnson. Now that some of those old guard, you know, foundational pieces are not in place anymore, I feel as though that I don't trust it as much. And that to me tells me a little bit more about what I really think about Nick than what, you know, maybe I try and tell myself, because he does have a good resume. That hasn't changed.
Do you know what you just giving me? Doesn't getting rid of Vic Fangio and Jeff Stoutland give more autonomy to the head coach and more power to the head coach if you get those voices out of his locker room? Doesn't he get most of the credit then if the team continues to win? Don't you? You know, sometimes look at this. Don't you think when Doug got fired, didn't the majority of the fan base turn to Howie and say, Howie did it? Howie built it. Even though there's Doug fans, people now, don't you think Doug not being in the building gave more of the success of the team and more of how the team is built to Howie?
It did, but you know, Nick had the success. So as Angelo, you know, eloquently stated, even if they don't like Nick or don't think he's good, the only way to logically get him out of the building is to put the ship on his shoulders. That's the only way to disband.
I agree.
Him. Because now, you know, think about it. They're thinking about Howie, who they're not going to fire Howie, but it's going to look interesting. He's going to have how many coaches now for Howie? So they want to make it look better for everybody included. So now let me give you the other side of why I think Nick's doing this. And if it is Nick, I do wonder, I have to throw this in there. The owner has a history of wanting these types of offenses. He does. That's his history. That's what he's always coveted. So I can't just completely rule out that.
So his desire overrules the reality of.
I don't know if it has or not. At the end of the day, I think Angelo is right. I think this is more on Nick. I'm just throwing it in there. It should be in the back of everybody's mind that the owner, that's what he wants.
For the record, Xander, I think this hot firing or pushed out the door of Jeff Stoutland's bullshit.
Oh, it's complete. It's insanity. I mean, in a way, it broke it. I mean, remember wasn't I on here a couple of weeks ago, as much as I defended Nick, or even last week, saying if anybody thinks that you should be hiring Cliff Kingsbury over keeping Stoutland, I think you're an idiot. I'm pretty sure I said almost exactly that.
Yeah.
So I've always felt this about Stoutland, that he was the wrong move. Now let me try and explain why I think Nick is doing this. I think he's been backed into a corner in a way with his own offense. And as simple as it was and as successful as it was, things were condensing on that offense. And the league is caught up to it potentially. They weren't prolific enough passing the football to be able to make up for any deficiencies that they developed in the run game. Defenses, eventually figured it out where they didn't have to focus too much on the pass game. To take away the shot plays, they can stack the box for the most part and stop the run and take it away. So his offense was condensing in, and that's like one tree branch. And most of the NFL lives over here on this big oak tree, right? We're like this little small prune flower that Nick Sirianni planted. You got the McVay, Shanahan tree. Every offensive coach is linked to this tree. Every offensive coach wants to play this way. And now Nick Sirianni is thinking, I'm going to go out either way.
Yeah.
And the upside of the offense I'm currently running is no longer what it once was. I might as well give us a shot to experience the upsides or give us the, the landing pad for what the West Coast spread offense would give us, as opposed to dying in my offense. Because look, if they stayed the same and it failed, he's fired. If it changes and he's failed and it fails, he's fired. So wouldn't you, if you're going to be fired either way without reaching great expectations, wouldn't you rather give yourself and the team, and I think Nick is somewhat selfish.
But you move yourself closer to the sun with this.
Right.
Okay? You move yourself.
Do you get what I'm saying? Do you get why I think he's –
No. Yo,
yeah.
What he's now done is what every coordinator that gets hired here has done. It's boom or bust.
It really is.
Okay?
Really
he's now closer. Before he wasn't closer to the sun. So I'll ask you, are they changing this offense for Nick or Jalen?
I think Nick is changing it from pressure. But the pressure is coming from people who think Nick is wrong. Wait. From people who think Nick is wrong that Jalen can run an offense like this. And I think Nick's belief is that with Jalen, my best way to win is not this offense. And that he's been proven largely right with how much they've won the last couple of years. I think the pressure comes from the owner. I think the pressure comes from the fan base. I think the pressure comes from the fact that the reality is, forget my opinion, your opinion, anybody listening's opinion. I'm talking to you listening right now, not Sills, you listening. It doesn't really matter. The truth is that Jeffrey Lurie will fire him. That our opinions don't matter. He'll fire him. So if Nick knows that, I think he looks at it as maybe trying to, all right, let's see. And maybe I'm wrong. And if he's wrong, by the way, guess what? He looks like a genius now, because he flipped the offense to Mannion, got rid of all these other guys, brought in all the new guard, and if it works, Nick's a genius. If it doesn't work, he's fired either way.
If it works, Nick will go down as one of the top coaches in my eyes in pro football. If it doesn't, it'll be exactly what I thought of him. The impact now of Jeff Stoutland not being there, what does that have on Lane Johnson?
Huge, dude. I mean, I'm thinking of. I don't want to.
Jordan Malott is barking right now.
Yeah, he was. I read what he said. Yeah,
like a wolf right now at Media Row.
Yeah, he basically said he was crying. He called Jeff. He couldn't get a word out or couldn't piece together a sentence. But I mean, look, the offensive line's going to care. I can't sit here and act like that's the death knell. It's not. I mean, look, the offensive line can care about the coaches. They're all businessmen. They're all professionals. They all understand at the end of the day.
Direct deposits matter.
Exactly right. So, I don't think that's going to be the end all. And that's what I come back to with Lane. Like, Lane loves Jeff, yes, but Lane has a legacy and a career and his own personal desires. And a lot of them might have nothing to do with Jeff Stoutland. And just Jeff Stoutland hanging him up, I don't think will be enough reason for Lane to submit to them, unless Lane really does want to. I don't think it would be because of Jeff, but I do think it's a factor in his decision. Yeah.
Okay, let's add this one now. And to me, Xander, I'm going to go on the positive end, believe it or not. So if I'm A.J. Brown, don't I do this? Shit. Well, they're changing. Does that mean more volume passing? Because either I hate the quarterback style, and I don't believe he hates Jalen. I think it's style of play and all that shit that he hates. But doesn't this make AJ do this? Hey, man, they want to try to get the ball in the air now. Shouldn't I want to be part of that? Do you think that's kind of an olive branch to go, I told you, dude, we want the offense to go through you now, not Barkley?
Well, where I think you're right is that I think AJ's looking. Where I think you overstated it is that I'm not sure whether AJ thinks it's Jalen or not. I mean, I don't think he thinks it's Jalen. I think you're right in a vacuum. So you
think it's a Nick issue?
Well, I think in a vacuum, yes, AJ thinks that the philosophy of the team is wrong, fundamentally wrong.
But he's trying to change it now.
He is. Well, let me get it out. I am not going to turn a blind eye, though, to the degradation of the relationship between Jalen and AJ. I don't need to be a counselor. I don't need to be a psychologist. I'm not trying to – I don't care if they're buddies or not. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves of what's going on with the Eagles organization. And I don't think Jalen and AJ are obviously on the terms that they once were, who cares? All right, you're grown men. I'm not worried about it. I don't care. I'm just saying, are we sure that he doesn't think it's Jalen at all? I don't know. I don't think we can make that statement definitively.
Okay, so help me understand this. You got a 33-year-old OC. You've got Kevin Petullo. How does Kevin Petullo still have a job at Jeff Stoutland?
Oh, dude, if he's still on this in this organization when we get to training, or there's a picture on my timeline next year of Kevin Petullo.
I guarantee you he is.
Oh gosh, dude, if you're gonna put wait a second.
Like Angelo said, it's like a frat house.
Dude, Nick Sirianni, I'm sorry, but this is an awful look on him. You know me. We talked about this a little bit ago when we were talking about the Italian mob, and I'm like, I hate rats. It's a fundamental thing in me. I don't like people who turn on people. All right, you can't do it.
Snitches take stitches, bitch.
Dude, Nick's turned on everybody. And boy, I know we've brought up Brian Johnson, perhaps too much, but doesn't it bring that back into the bullseye again?
I said he doesn't stand up for his coaches.
He doesn't at all, dude. And part of you can say, yeah, it's all right. It is what it is. He's the one with the $15 million job. He's going to keep his job before he puts someone else first. To a degree, we're all selfish, aren't we all? I mean, in a way, we are all to a certain degree. But I don't know. I just like you blew everybody. Now you blew out Stoutland. You blew out Brian Johnson. That guy doesn't have an OC job. You blew out your boy Petullo, who, again, I don't think Petullo was good, but really, are we going to sit here and say that the entire offensive problem for Petullo? Guys, our offense hasn't been that good for a couple of years. I mean, the running game took a step back, and the passing game took a small step forward. So I don't think Petullo was good, but I don't think Petullo was the number one, the only issue on the Eagles' offense.
Do you think it went down like this? And by the way, I have to wonder how much of this played a factor in Vic Fangio's waffling back and forth. And follow me when I say this.
Maybe.
So if you're Vic and you're watching Jeff Stoutland go back and forth, and the only coach that Vic probably respects over there on that side with the length of career that he's had and what he's done in this league, bro, if you could do that to Jeff Stoutland, you could fucking do that to anybody. It means you don't really have respect for any coach. They did it to Doug. They did it to Andy. They've done it to everyone.
Yeah, the only difference is Doug had a backbone and said, I'm not firing my guys. Put it on me.
Did Jeff. Jeff went like this. I'm not listening to a 30-year-old snot.
Yeah, but there's also a fundamental accountability thing. Nick will point the finger when it's convenient. Doug said, they're not the problem.
Yeah.
If you think there's a problem, I'm the problem. Fire me. Don't fire the offensive coordinator and keep me. If you have a problem, fire me. Nick used to say at the podium every other week, this is my offense. Mm-hmm. I don't care who calls it. It's my offense. Well, the offense falls flat. And, all right, see you, Petullo. Let's bring in a new scheme. Yeah. I got it, buddy. I don't know. It just comes across as snaky to me.
Yeah. Sleazy.
Yeah. Sleazy as hell.
Yeah. Okay. How do you think this affects Jalen Hurts in 26?
I think it's boom or bust, to be honest. I think Jalen's either going to have one
of the
best
coach
years.
And the quarterback.
Well, the whole setup is boom or bust, no? Dude, if Jalen comes out, look, if Jalen comes out, and look,
you think they tied them together really here now? I mean, they look like they tied both of them together here.
They do, but it's for different reasons, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like Jalen is going to have to now operate a different style of offense. That's a different role for him. Nick just needs to keep having success. In a way, it doesn't matter what way it gets done, as long as wins keep adding up. I think that's what he's going for. Jalen, I think, I'm not really confident one way or the other here. Like, I don't think Jalen Hurts can't do it. I really don't. I know a lot of people don't like Jalen.
I don't believe he can.
I don't think he can't do it. I don't think he can do it to the level of some people. But I also believe inherently that there's more that Jalen Hurts has in the tank, that Jalen Hurts can give you more as a player. And if you get him in the right coach with the right scheme and the right system and somebody who understands him as a player, You can get more out of that guy. That's my fundamental belief. But I also recognize that he's never been a high volume passer at any level of his career. Whenever he's been put in that environment, they've either had major turnovers or they scaled it back like they did with Kellen Moore. Remember, everybody remembers, Kellen Moore was brought in for a similar reason. Not the McVay tree, but he was the pro-style passing offense. It's what everybody wanted. 4 weeks, and then they reverted back to Nick's system. So, I can't just get rid of that context. So that's why I'm like dead in the middle. Like Jalen could literally not succeed in the offense, and John and you will be like, I could have told you that, and I'll understand why you said that. But I could also see him coming out. I could also see Sean Mannion recognizing he can't just throw it 35 times a game, but you can create different avenues where he throws 25 to 30 times, but you have a little bit more of a different looking scheme. You can give him easy layups. You can allow him to get in a rhythm as a player. That's one of the things that's always bothered me about the way they coach Jalen. They don't let him get in a rhythm. Like I see other quarterbacks, they give him easy throws early and often. Give him a couple checkdowns. Give him a couple easy throws. Get him feeling it. I always felt like the Eagles never did that. First throw was like 13-yard out route. I'm like, come on, man, give him a freaking layup. So if you get a coach that can mesh some of that, I think Jalen can be better. I do.
All right. Now, you believe in human nature, right? You believe that there's a human nature element to people in life, right? And survival, right? Hey, by the way, you and me, our families are important. We're going to look at our families more, right? And I believe in that myself, okay?
Right.
So if you're Nick Sirianni and you see Jalen Hurts failing in this offense, I'm going to pull the plug on that guy, and I'm going to pull that guy, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to win because I care about my job, not his fucking job.
Yeah,
you just got through saying, hold on, you just got through saying to me, this guy doesn't defend anybody.
It's not how it works in Philly. I agree with you. It's not how it works.
Bro,
you would think every move he made.
So you think
there's a reason that every scapegoat.
You think Nick's going to die in the vine with him?
Because every scapegoat Nick's ever had has been what?
An assistant coach.
An assistant coach. Not a player.
Well, that's going to come from upstairs because they did it to Wentz.
And what happened to Doug when he sat Wentz?
That's right.
That was not an organizational sit down. A lot of people think the organization said to Doug to sit Wentz. No. Doug Peterson made the decision to bench Carson Wentz.
Jeffrey Lurie will decide to bench Wentz.
No, it wasn't Jeffrey Lurie. And that's why
he'll decide to bench Hurts.
That was part of the reason. So Nick Sirianni, in my opinion, is not any way.
But Nick knows how to play the political game better than anybody. He's going to go to
the owner. That means keeping Jalen in the game. I'm telling you right now, he's not going to bench Jalen because the owner's going to choose.
So he'll go down with the ship.
He's going down with the ship, or the ship is going to fly.
Okay,
it's one or the other, dude.
Boy, man, if
there's no way. I'm going to make a.
I am not.
My bold prediction is
I'm not going down with that guy.
My bold prediction is this. We don't know what the ending is going to be.
No.
What will not happen is Nick Sirianni will create an off-ramp for himself where he survives and Jalen and the rest of the offense go down. That will never happen. I'm telling you right now, it'll never happen.
So the exiting of Stoutland has now created, they're both tied together in this.
Who's tied together?
Hurts and Sirianni.
Well, I think in a way, but I think Jalen's.
Or either you're going down with him or you're not. Or you're flying with him. Or you're
could fail this year. They could fail this year, and Jalen would make it. Would last.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, think about it.
If we find out Hurts can't run this offense, you got to
think about it, man.
You got to move off him, dude.
I know, but you've laid it out on this whole show. You got to see it. I'm telling you, you have the same opinion as me. We're not disagreeing. The only thing I'm telling you right now is they're not going to give them the same leash. I 100% promise you. Not the same leash. I guarantee it. They'll blow Nick out. They will blow because, like you just said, this is the Nick creation. This is it. Nick and his guys and the offense and you got Stoutland out. This is Nick, bro.
How do you feel about the 2026 season right now today?
I guess it's calling eagle glasses. There's a small slither of me that thinks that this thing could work, where the offense could come in and maybe the change is necessary. Maybe it's needed. And maybe Sean Mannion is a little smarter than we're giving him credit for. Maybe he understands how to get more out of Jalen while also not putting Jalen in a sinking environment. Maybe. That's about 10% of me. But right now it doesn't feel good. You let the best offensive coach in the locker room leave. And you kept all the stiffs.
You think his phone's ringing off the hook right now?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jeff Stoutland. Hey, you know what I would hate to see is Jeff Stoutland go to New York with the Giants.
Wait, well, I got to address the guy. I knew these were coming, and it's always from Senor. Senor, I love you, buddy, but man, you should make some dumb comments. Now all of a sudden, Xander's going to blame Nick. So, Senor, I want to teach you something in life, all right? In life, there's called information. It's a steady supply of new information that happens in life. If you're stagnant in opinions, you're going to get left behind, or you're not going to have updated information. Something really big happened after I got off the show yesterday.
Yeah.
Really big of new information.
Yep.
That new information has allowed me or given me the opportunity to open up my scope of what goes into my opinions. And this has changed that because Jeff Stoutland is no small change.
No. That's a meteoric change.
That's a huge change.
Yeah, that's not just shits and giggles here, bro. That's just not. All right, Z, let me say goodbye here, man. It's been a really it's been a remarkable 24 hours to say the least.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's dude, honestly though.
Give me your final thought here on this.
Yeah, it's a little upsetting, man. It's a little upsetting. I mean,
I agree.
Real quick, my final thought is this. I'm sorry to hold you over time.
You're not.
My final thought is this. It's upsetting because this is a team that has 2 Super Bowls in its history, in its franchise history. And you can literally dumb down those Super Bowls to the bone. And you know what the bone would be? The bone would be the offensive line. And both of them were coached by this man. Both of them.
Yep.
And one bad year or 1 year of it wasn't even that bad of a year. One middle year of running.
Barkley was 9th.
And Nick Sirianni, who I've defended, boy, you better be fucking right about Sean Mannion. I'll tell you that much. You better be right because you just fired or pushed Jeff Stoutland out the door for a dude that we don't know a lick about him.
Hey, did you see that? Did you see that post of his? Did you see that post of his? Tell you what, man, he didn't mention anybody but the Eagle fans. Jeff Stoutland.
Yeah,
he didn't say there was some word salad, of course, by the Eagles.
So true, dude. I didn't even think about that.
He didn't mention Lori. He didn't mention anybody but the Eagle fans and said thank you to them and said Stout out.
Yeah, and
bro.
Bob Lang ran the PR campaign, made the social team make it graphic.
Oh yeah. They're just feeding it right now. All right, Big Z, you're gonna have another big show tomorrow. I guarantee you on a football.
What a shame,
Friday.
dude. What a shame.
No doubt,
right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
All right, man. I'll see you in a second here, folks. Thank you very much. No question about it, man. I can't wait. Football Friday. It's Super Bowl Friday, actually. Getting you ready for the game on Sunday. We'll talk extensively about that. I'm sure there's going to be more coming out of this. We will see you 2 to 6. Thank you again, and we'll catch you on the flip side.